infrastructure.
With that, let's go ahead and prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved.
On Friday, September 19th, the Council considered a resolution submitted by City Council President Eric Garcetti that would urge Congress to shorten the timetable for implementing positive train control systems. Declaring the time to act is now, Mr. Garcetti says human error will always occur, but we cannot afford to have another accident like the one in Chatsworth.
I ask for your support and thank Ms. Gruhl and thank the other seconders, Mr. Smith, whose office has been so active in the aftermath of the Metrolink disaster, in putting forward a very clear voice on positive train control systems. I want to thank my staff for the work that they've been doing on this. The National Transportation Safety Board has called for positive train control systems, which are electronic systems that would have prevented an accident such as what we saw last week, since 1990. Not only have they been calling for it, but there have been two bills that have been before us in Congress, one by Senator Lautenberg and one by Congressman Oberstar, who many of us met with when we were in Washington, D.C. last year, that would call for the implementation and the funding of the implementation of a positive train control system throughout the country. The estimated cost of this is about $2.3 billion. When you think of the vastness of our train system, and when you think of the cost of the wreckage, of the rescue operations, and most importantly, the cost in human lives, we simply cannot afford to have another accident like this happen again. Human error will always happen. Human instincts, such as what we saw tragically in Atwater Village when someone took their car thinking they were going to commit suicide and then cowardly got out of that car and left it, which caused so many lives to be lost before this accident. Human error will always occur, and we can't account for that. What we can do is take technology to make sure that it overcomes human error.
Los Angeles has very little control over railway systems, according to District 7 Councilmember Richard Alarcon, who believes it's going to be very difficult to get this kind of legislation passed without having strong strategic partners.
I have mixed emotions about these kinds of motions immediately in the aftermath of a tragic event, only because it seems to shed light as if the city of Los Angeles has a lot of control here. We have some sway, but we have very little control. The rail authorities are largely driven by federal law, and I can tell you that the railroad companies typically control the legislation that emerges out of Congress with regard to the rail systems. I believe, for example, that the reason the technology was not supported was not just a local economic issue. I believe it was a federal economic issue that had to do more with the freight industry, rail industry, not wanting these improvements. I say that because even if I'm wrong, the bottom line is it's going to be very difficult to get this policy passed, and we are going to have very strong strategic partners if we are going to get this kind of legislation passed. And so while I'm happy to support the resolution because it is right on policy, I also believe that if we truly want to see this happen, we are going to have very strong strategic partners in the process to get Congress to do what it has to do. Typically, measures like this have a lot of fire when the incident occurs, but they burn out over time, and our very positive intent ends up being nothing more than well wishes. So I only hope that we are prepared to be in this for the long haul, to support the various federal legislators who are promoting these safety mechanisms be installed, and review the system as a whole, because what happens in LA will have an effect on states throughout the nation. I'm hopeful that we can improve. As Mr. Rosendahl hinted, the cost of this particular event in terms of the liability is far greater than it would have cost the system had they paid for these safety devices.
The matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, that matter passes.
On Wednesday, September 17th, the Los Angeles City Council considered item 17, a resolution to submit an application for funds to enhance the tire recycling cleanup program. District 15 Council member Janice Hahn expresses her concerns about the program not working well and asks for an explanation from staff.
This is about our department applying for some grant dollars to continue, expand, and enhance our tire recycling pickup enforcement project in the city of Los Angeles. I just have some real concerns, colleagues. I think if this is an existing program, it hasn't been run very well. I have an abundance of abandoned tires in South Los Angeles. Wilmington has been a huge source of abandoned tires. I don't think people know about the current program that we have where people can bring their tires to drop off at our sites right now. So I'm a little hesitant to say, yeah, go ahead and get more grant money for this program when I don't think it's been a very well-run program so far. I don't think the outreach has been very well, and I don't think the Bureau of Sanitation is necessarily working hand in hand with law enforcement in terms of illegal dumping of tires. So what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, good afternoon. Alex Halou for the Bureau of Sanitation. The Bureau of Sanitation provide free drop-off of tires to all city residents as long as they come to our yards, district yards.
Who knows about that?
We do have public education information out.
Who knows about it? Do people in Los Angeles know about this?
What we in the Bureau of Sanitation have done is we have a brochures that have list all the services the Bureau has. Earlier this year, we gave about 1,000 to each district council office of these brochures that have all the services, including the tire in them.
Do you think people know about this program?
Well, we try to. We have ads on the back of the buses. We do have. We run some ads during.
So you think you're doing a perfect job on communicating with the public about this?
What we're trying to do with this program is we're asking the state to help us fund part of this program. Currently, there is no funding from the state coming to the Bureau of Sanitation for taking these tires and recycling them. We basically collect them and we end up paying it from the SWERF fee. This will help us $200,000 to $250,000 to do public education as well as offset some of the cost of recycling those tires.
Questioning staff about procedures for tire pickup, District 12 Councilmember Greg Smith distinguishes between the Bureau of Sanitation and the Department of Street Services and relays what he sees as a bigger problem when considering the tire problem.
Hey Lou, does the Bureau of Sanitation pick up tires that are left on public streets, alleys?
Right now, we do, if there happen to be a bulky item that's being dropped and the driver takes it, we do pick them up. That material cannot be taken to a landfill. We have to make sure we take it, put it back in the yard so it could be recycled.
And those come to you from what? Because Bureau of Sanitation doesn't pick up trash in public streets. Street Services do. So it's incumbent upon Street Services to call you to pick them up because they're tires.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay, so you're not out there doing it. You're responding to another city department, basically.
If they ask us.
So I think that's a problem. There's a lack sometimes of coordination between the bureaus, and the problem is that Bureau of Sanitation is not tasked with cleaning up public streets and public properties. They respond when they're notified that it's tires, because tires is a toxic item that cannot go in landfills, and we actually want them because we use them in our street repaving program. So I think there's an unfair criticism of this department because they're not the problem. They're just responding to call-outs that they get because it's not directly in their jurisdiction. So I think that's one problem. And two, we've only begun to do this in recent years, but we have found, LAPD would tell you, that one of the biggest violators is not citizens dropping tires off, but tire shops, because they collect the money and then they go dump them and we take care of it for them. And so I think the bigger problem is on a control with the LAPD is following up on those violators, which is really the tire shops. We've got to keep a close eye on them. But I think they're doing what they can. They've only recently begun picking up public streets stuff too as well. So I think this is not the department to take off on.
Further explaining her stance on the issue, Ms. Hahn doesn't believe granting more money is the answer to illegal dumping in the city and asks to see a more detailed plan.
The only reason I'm taking them on is because they're here asking for our permission to go for a grant for tire recycling. But until, and you bring up a very good point, Greg, I mean, until we start communicating among departments, then, you know, they're going to get more money to recycle these tires, but what are we actually doing to, you know, stop the illegal dumping? What are we doing to, educate the public that they actually can bring in tires? I mean, it's like they're going for more money, so that's the only reason I've got this department in my sights, because I don't think this. I guess what I'm saying is I don't think this is going to solve the problem. I don't think this is going to solve the problem. Yeah, it'll help them, give them a little more money to deal with what they're already recycling, but it's not going to really help the overall problem in the city, which is illegal dumping of everything from construction material to tires, and it's causing such a blight and it's causing such a decline in people's quality of life that I'm trying to figure out. We're going for more money to recycle it, but it's not really solving the problem. So that's my concern. I really would have liked to have seen, before you apply for this, I would like to see, a very detailed plan on how the Bureau of Sanitation is going to work with street services, is going to work with the public, and frankly, with all due respect, I don't think 1,000 brochures, is going to solve this problem. That's not necessarily how people are educated or are communicated to out in our communities. Very few of them are going to walk into a council office and pick up a brochure. So we got to figure out a better way to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
This was given to the council.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes, 1 no.
And with that, the Bureau of Sanitation will be able to apply for grant funding for tire recycling and cleanup. And if you need to report an incident of illegal dumping, dial 311, your one call to City Hall. LA City View is the government access cable channel for the City of Los Angeles, featuring live coverage of city council meetings and programming about city department services and events. Now, if you have suggestions or comments about any of the programs you see here on Channel 35, or would like to receive a free viewer guide, call our viewer hotline at 213-473-3978. And if you'd like to obtain a copy of an audio or videotape of a council or committee meeting, your request may be made in person at room 395 in City Hall or by calling 213-978-1046. Remember, you can watch all Los Angeles City Council meetings live in their entirety on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays beginning at 10 a.m. On Sundays, you can watch the replay of all the week's meetings, also beginning at 10 a.m. Well, that concludes our program for the week ending September 19th, 2008. On behalf of Martine Martinez and everyone here at Channel 35, I'm Jack Popejoy. Thank you for watching, and please join us for the next Council Week in Review.
The Department of Public Works maintains and operates many facets of the City of Los Angeles on all levels, from below it, on it, and above it. Below, the city has 6,500 miles of sewers and 1,200 miles of storm drains that connect to the largest waste treatment facilities in the country. On it, 7,300 miles of streets and alleys with about 200,000 potholes fixed and over 100 miles of streets resurfaced annually. From above, an urban forest of 680,000 street trees trimmed for beauty and healthy, clean air, as well as maintaining the 230,000 street lights that light our 24-hour city. The Department of Public Works helped design and build 32 new libraries since 1998, 76 recreation and park projects, and a national award-winning wastewater treatment plant. The Department of Public Works, striving to make the City of Los Angeles a home that future generations will cherish.
Hey, buddy! You with the stupid hat! Come here. Closer. No parking! parking! Do you know what happens when you park illegally on these narrow hillside streets? You block the street so emergency vehicles can't pass. Each year, homes are destroyed and lives are lost because of drivers like you who park illegally. And you know what else? You can get a citation. And you can be towed.
Help us get to the emergency. The life we save just might be yours.
How'd you know?
The ball called.
Hey, look out for the pothole.
Hi, I'm Nina. This is my daughter Miranda, and we live in Silver Lake. We love the cultural diversity of Los Angeles. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
morning. This is Tuesday, September 23rd, a meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. Thank you to Council members Alarcon, Labange, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, and Zine. We are still waiting for Council members Cardenas, Hahn, Weisar, Parks, Weiss to please make their way down to the council chamber so we can begin our meeting. We do need 10 members present for a quorum. Again, council members Cardenas, Hahn, Weisar, Parks, and Weiss, please make your way down to the council chambers. Again, we're waiting for council members Cardenas, Hahn, Weisar, Parks, and Weiss. If they are in their committee meetings, Mr. Weiss is here. Thank you. We will be awaiting one more member for a quorum. Thank you. We now have council members Alarcon, Gruhl, Hahn, Labange, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, and Zine, and a quorum. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Weston, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
First item of business.
Approval of the minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss moves. Mr. Reyes seconds.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Those will be approved.
Madam President, this is Tuesday, and there's a flag salute.
Yes. Mr. Weiss, if we could ask our guest, our Consul General, to join you in doing the Pledge of Allegiance.
You're leading us. I don't know.
Do it with Mr.
All right,
Weiss.
I'll do it.
Mr. Weiss.
Okay. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Weiss, we're going to run through the agenda and then we'll do your presentation. Mr. Clerk.
On the regular agenda, items 1 through 5 are street lighting district items, notice for public hearing. Council should continue the hearings and present the ordinances on October 14th.
Thank you. Anyone wish to call those items special? If not, they'll be continued to October 14th. Next items.
Items 6 through 11 are street lighting district ordinances, notice for public hearing. Council should have 12 members. Do you wish to hold those on the desk?
Yes, we'll hold those on the desk.
There is a card on number 9.
There's a card on number 9. And on item 25, Mr. Alarcon has indicated he is going to recuse himself. When we get to that item, we'll do that. We're holding all the ordinances until we get 2 more members. Correct, Mr. Clerk? Yes. Okay. Any of those specials otherwise, though, colleagues? This is through item... could you give the items again, Mr. Clerk?
Madam President, this is just 6 through 11. So all of
11.
these should be held on the desk.
Okay. They'll all be held on the desk, but no one wishes to call them special at this point. Next item?
Item 12 is an ordinance notice for public hearing, and there is a substitute ordinance in the works right now. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Thank you. Anyone wish that one we will hold on the desk as well. Next items?
Items 13 through 41 are items for which public hearings have been held. Item 13 is a commission appointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
Yes, we will hold that on the desk.
And on item 14, there is a request to continue that matter to October 8th.
Without objection, that'll be continued to the 8th. Next items?
President, that would leave you 15 through 41.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That would leave items 15 through 41.
15 through 41. Colleagues, any specials? Yes, Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, Ms. Gruel. I would like to call 31 special for myself, and then for my neighbor, Councilmember Weezer, I'm calling 35 special, and he would like to continue 36 for a week.
Okay, we're going to hold 36 until Ms. Perry gets here, so we'll do that. Okay, did you have a special, Mr. Rosendahl? It's okay. Okay. Okay, then, so we have called now on those items special 31, 35, and 36.
And I believe 25
and
by Mr.
25.
Alarcon.
But we're holding all of those ordinances, correct? So including 25 for our members? Okay. So all ordinances are being held on the desk. Thank you. Madam Clerk, you ready? On the remaining items, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next items?
Items 42 through 78 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration. Item 42 is a commission appointment. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
We'll hold that on the desk.
43 through 46 are ordinances.
We'll hold those on the desk.
And there is a request to continue item 59 to October 15th.
Without objection, that'll be continued.
And on item 77, there's a request to continue that to October 8th.
On 77 to October 8th, okay. We do have cards on items 51, 53, 56, 62, 78, We're going just through 78, correct? Okay. And Ms. Perry had also wanted 54 to be held. Thank you.
And Madam President, there is a motion required on item 52, inasmuch as it was submitted without recommendation. Do you wish to hold that on the desk?
We will hold that on the desk as well. Next item.
That would leave the remaining items.
Remaining items. Any specials, colleagues? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on those items. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next items.
Items 79 through 84 are the closed session items. Do you wish to hold those on
We
the
will
desk?
hold those items on the desk.
On the supplemental agenda, item 85 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Item now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Items 86 through 93 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
We do have a card on item number 87. That special. Any other specials, colleagues? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on the remaining items, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Next items?
Madam President, do you wish to recess the regular meeting and take up the special meeting?
Please, we will. That will be the order.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Gruel, Hahn, Weezer, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Weiss, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Madam President.
First item?
It's a one-item agenda. Item 94 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Thank you. Anyone wish to call that special? Yes, Mr. Alarcon? You want to call 94?
Mr. Garcetti would like item 88 to be reconsidered
Mr. Garcetti would like item 88 to be reconsidered. Okay.
for the purpose of calling special.
For the purpose of
Calling it
cards?
special.
There are no cards. Okay. Okay, we'll hold that on the desk. We'll get through 94 and then we'll go back to that item. Madam Clerk, if you call the roll on item number 94. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti's office asks that we reconsider
Madam
item...
President, at this
Yes.
point, do you wish to adjourn the special meeting and go
Yes.
back to the regular?
Yes, please. If we could then reconsider item number 88. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
11 ayes.
Thank you. That item be reconsidered. Be called special. Mr. Clerk, any other items?
That would take council back to the items called special or public comment.
Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Weiss for our presentation.
Lisa, will you just talk to Wendy? Very different. Most technologies come behind him burn.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I'm here with the most popular politician in Los Angeles, Israeli Consul General Yaki Dayan. And Yaki is going to tell you all briefly, because we're good on brevity these days, about a very important event that will occur, a partnership between the City of Los Angeles and the State of Israel this coming Sunday. And Yaki's here today because he and I and the mayor want everybody to be invited and everybody to come. It's going to be the first time ever that an Israeli flag has been erected in front of an Israeli diplomatic mission outside of Washington in our country. It's a historic event. It's a first for Israel. It's a first for Los Angeles. Please welcome Yaki Dayan.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you. I appreciate that. I came here less than a year ago, and I remember my first visit here when we spoke about the cooperation between the City of Los Angeles and the State of Israel, and I couldn't realize to what extent this cooperation reached. This year, 40% of the council members visited Israel, and I just spoke to Mr. Smith that maybe is going to bring a new innovation on trash recycling from Israel. And Jack has forwarded the cooperation on the airport between the LAX and the Israeli airport. And we have so many projects in making between the City of Los Angeles and Israel. So I couldn't imagine. And
Janice is working on the port.
And Janice is, sorry for forgetting Janice, that is working all about the Port Corporation. And we have so many exciting projects that I'm so excited that will help the city of Los Angeles and will help the state of Israel. And this is a wonderful cooperation between those two very, very similar places. And the event that we are going to have on Sunday, this coming Sunday, September 28th, is just, I think, a vision and realization of this wonderful cooperation between the city of Los Angeles and the state of Israel. On September 28th, Sunday, this coming Sunday at 1 o'clock, we are going to close the Wilshire Boulevard, and I apologize to everyone if we are causing any traffic problems. That's my apologies.
Apologize to my constituents.
Yes. Thank you very much. But at 1 o'clock exactly, together with Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, and I invite you all to be there, we are going to raise the Israeli flag for the first time ever. It's going to be a very moving and exciting event. We are going to have the Congressman Howard Berman is volunteering a Marine woman that is coming from Iran to help us, and the governor is sending the National Guard, and the mayor is going to be there. And it's one day, exactly one day before our new year, Rosh Hashanah, and we are going to celebrate it together with everybody here. And hopefully, I invite you all to be there. I expect you all to be there, and we'll celebrate together. And thank you very much. And next year, we are going to do even more things and great things together. And the flag was given to Jack Weiss and to the mayor when they visited Israel, and Wendy as well, when they visited Israel, and Dennis as well, when they visited Israel and they met the president of the state of Israel, Shimon Peres, and he gave them the flag and said that he knows that you are going to raise the flag for the first time ever in Israel, and this is the flag that he gave them. So thank you very much, and see you on Sunday at 1 o'clock. Thank you for your support and your friendship. Thank you very much.
Before you leave, Mr. Consul General, Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Consul General. Mr. Weiss, it's so nice to see you. Next year is going to be very special for Los Angeles because we celebrate our 50th anniversary with our sister city of Eilat. And I'll be going there with Marvin Markowitz and a delegation, and to continue to keep the ties strong between two great cities and two great countries.
Thank you.
Shalom.
Thank you, Phil.
Beach trip.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We look forward to being there on Sunday. The trip I had to Israel was incredible and an opportunity to learn more about your country and the relationship with not only the United States but with the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much for being here today. Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, you have a brief announcement?
As we know, colleagues, every year we give to LA, which is the City of Los Angeles combined charitable campaign, where we write checks, we put money together, we the people here in the city government do it. And the monies that we raise among ourselves go to the Asian Pacific Community Fund, the Brotherhood Crusade, the City of Hope, the Community Health Charities of California, Earth Share of California, Hispanic Scholarship Fund, Meals on Wheels, which I've been a big friend and supporter of, and we all should, United Latino Fund, United Negro College Fund, and United Way of Greater Los Angeles. So write out those checks and give to these charities, and I'd like to let Ernie Cardenas, one of the commissioners, and the folks with him say a few quick words.
Thank you, Council Member, and thank you, Madam President, for this time. Yes, today is the kickoff for the combined charitable campaign for the City of Los Angeles. Again, the Board of Public Works is chairing the event this year for the city. I invite all of the city family to go ahead and participate in this program, especially in these hard times when the economic times where they are, people are getting hurt even more than usual this year. So if we can all share the good wealth and the good fortune that we have with those that are less fortunate, now's a good time to give. Like the council member said, these 10 wonderful charities. We can donate to all these 10 charities or any other charity that you would like to donate. These charities will go ahead and make sure those funds get to whatever designated charity you would like to donate to. And standing behind me are members of a few of the 10 charities that are here to assist the city with any and all questions that you have. All the departments have been notified. All departments have their local chairpersons there that will be sending the word on to all the ranks throughout the city of Los Angeles. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
in Griffith Park for other events, for fundraising. City employees lead the way. I thank all the organizations and groups. It will make a difference. And thank you, Commissioner Cardenas, for this. City employees make a great difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Appreciate you being here and for your department's leadership on this effort. Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. Mr. Clerk, we do have 12 members present. If you could call those items that required 12 members.
Madam President, that would be items 6, 7, 8, 9 had a card on it, so not that, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 23, go through 20, 24,
and we'll take 25 separately.
43, 44, 45, and 46.
The only one I did not hear you call was item number 12. Is that also an
12
ordinance?
was being held on the desk for a substitute ordinance.
Okay. Great. Colleagues, those items are now before us. Madam Clerk, please. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Parks.
Yes, on item 12, just to make sure the proper ordinance is the one that has the $251.
We're holding that on the desk.
Okay, but it's being circulated.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Madam Clerk. Yes, Mr.
When
Labange?
it's appropriate, could you pull 42 up? It's an appointment of a commissioner.
All right, we're just going through these items, and then we'll go to the next
Thank you
item.
so
was
much.
Thank you. No specials on this item. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Those items have been approved. There's been a request before we go to public comment to ask our Commissioner item number 42. Mr. Clerk.
And that is the appointment of Ms. Elaine Baylor to the Board of Zoo Commissioners.
Thank you. Ms. Baylor? Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Joined by our zoo director, John Lewis. Elaine Baylor is going to be a wonderful commissioner for our zoo, selected by Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa for her background and involvement in a variety of activities. A graduate of, I'm a Loyola guy here in Los Angeles, is a friend of the school, but you're from the real Loyola there in Louisiana, and a great person who's passionate, a mother, has a great commitment to making sure the zoo meets the needs of all people, and especially of all animals and others in the wonderful Los Angeles Zoo and Botanical Gardens. Elaine, thank you. We know you're going to do a good job. If you want to just say a few words, we'd appreciate it.
Okay. I'd just like to say that I'm really, really interested in the zoo as providing the opportunity for children to have, especially inner city children, urban children, to have the chance to connect with nature, with animals, with their habitats and what they're required to live. And from those experiences, learning and developing character traits that are really desirable. I think that getting the kids involved when they don't have those opportunities elsewhere is really, really important. It's humanizing, it's empowering. I just think it's a positive thing, and I think that can all happen through exposure and things that happen with the zoo.
Well, thank you very much, Elaine, and thank you for your work on the Los Angeles Valley College Foundation, which is so important what you do. Members, I call for an aye vote.
Thank you very much. Before we do that, Mr. Alacon.
Yes, members, I just want to rise in support of this nomination. Elaine Baylor is somebody, there are many, many people throughout Los Angeles who would like to contribute time and energy to contribute to the city of Los Angeles. Elaine Baylor is somebody who cares passionately about the city of Los Angeles, longstanding resident, of course, and of course she has invested in the city a great deal. But she is somebody that wants to give back, and so I congratulate the mayor on this nomination. She's a wonderful contribution, I believe, to the commission, and the zoo is always needs more help, and so we appreciate the time that you will take to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Labange?
Before we call for the vote, I would just like to recognize her life partner, her husband for 31 years, the great number 22, Elgin Baylor, who's so special, takes a team. Honored to have you present. Elaine, thank you so much.
Before we vote, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, just first of all, welcome to this, and I think it's a great opportunity especially for the animals there, to have somebody that really cares. The one thing I want you to look at, which I get a tremendous amount of interest, is the elephant exhibit. I'd like you to get a better sense of how it's going, the time frame. The sooner we get it up, the happier I'm going to be, though a lot of people would rather the elephants all go into a pasture-type existence. I think young people need to see elephants, but it has to be done right to respect the elephants. So we look forward to a report back from you. I'd like a personal one back on how you see that project going forward. But thank you for coming forward. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to add my congratulations to you as well. I'm up here as the chair. I just want to add my congratulations as well, and as a frequent individual who visits with my son to the zoo and the importance of it for this city and this region, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve on the commission. It's a great asset for the city, and look forward to your service there. Thank you very much. And with that, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Open the roll.
ayes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Congratulations. Mr. Clerk, just before we go, Mr. Cardenas, you want to take item number 19? That is before us, colleagues, unless anyone wants to call that special. Item 19 is before us. Open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, on item...
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to ask for reconsideration of item number 41 so we can have the proper committee report adopted.
Okay. Thank you. If we could ask item number 41 to be reconsidered, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, you want to call it special, or you want to handle it quickly?
Yes, for the purposes of adopting the motion and, adopting the ad hoc committee on gang violence youth development report. That's it.
Thank you. That'll be the order. Madam Clerk, if you could open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, I believe, would be public comment. We'll take our commissioner when Mr. Huizar will be here momentarily. Thank you. Anthony Morales, followed by Zuma Dog in the San Fernando Valley, Donna Pearman, and Miriam Fogler. If I could please have quiet in the chambers. Shh. Thank you. Mr. Morales.
Meija, greetings in my Gabrielino Tongva language. My name is Anthony Morales, Tribal Chairman and Chief of the Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians. We are the descendants of the ancestry who built the San Gabriel Mission 237 years ago and also founded Los Angeles 227 years ago. We are the tribe of the Los Angeles Basin. I come before you to address the expansion of the Autry National Center. It has come to the attention of the Native American community that a huge collection of artifacts was acquired when the Southwest Museum and the Autry merged. This collection is in storage with no room to exhibit. We need to show the culture and history of the first Americans to the thousands of visitors, which include educators, school children, and the general public. Keeping this collection in storage is doing no one any good. I ask the City Council, as the representatives of the City of Los Angeles, which is the lead agency, to join us in allowing and permitting the expansion of the Autry National Center at their current facility at the Griffith Park site. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. We're going to go out to the San Fernando Valley now. Zuma Dog, followed by Donna Pearman, followed by Miriam Fogler.
First of all, I need to start off by saying a complete outrage this morning. A complete outrage. First of all, Tony Cardenas, send someone over to your office. There's 0 staffers. It was completely unlocked.
Please direct your comments to the full council.
Okay,
please.
council, You need to be concerned about Tony Cardenas's office. It's unsecure. There's nobody in there. I needed an agenda this morning. There were no agendas. I went into Cardenas's office. There was nobody there. The lights were off. The doors were open. I could have taken whatever I wanted. Second of all, there were no agendas. You were calling the rolls and calling the items. There were still no agendas here because there's nobody in Cardenas's office. And 84 items, the biggest agenda in history. 84 items. And Zuma Dog didn't have a chance to put in any cards because you didn't have any agendas. And you closed the roll and opened the roll and tabulated the votes before we even had a chance. Second of all, so I want to be able to put in items for everything, and you reconsider them. Secondly, Jack Weiss, why is Jack Weiss...
Again, please address your comments.
Council. I'm addressing council. I'm asking council, why is Jack Weiss giving presentations on Tuesday? We sat through 3 hours of presentations on Friday, and I know Jack doesn't like to go to these meetings too much, but I don't want to see presentations on Tuesday when you got 3 hours on Friday, and Jack Weiss doesn't show up unless he's accepting money.
Again, I've warned you. Please direct your comments to the council as a whole.
I think I am. I'm talking to all 15 council members. I am. But you are allowed to complain about council members if they're doing these things, and I'm addressing council to please talk to Jack Weiss about that. Now, I'd also like to say that if you would like to see the greatest TV performance in human history, Academy Award worthy, go to ZumaTimes.com, City Council, because it's the ultimate Zuma Dog rant. I had an actual nervous breakdown while filming a Time Warner TV show to air on October 1st. It is the funniest thing you've ever seen. It's the best thing I've ever done. It's the greatest televised performance in human history, and I deserve an Emmy Award, and you should all watch it. ZumaTimes.com, ZumaTimes.com to watch it, and Bernard Parks for County Supervisor.
Mr. Zumadog, I will also instruct you, as we have in other times, to please not yell into the microphone during your public comment. Ms. Pearman. Ms. Pearman?
I'm here.
Followed by Miriam Fogler.
Yeah. I also say this is not fair and Van Nuys that we didn't get our agenda, so I couldn't really choose what agenda items I wanted. Anyway, I want to tell the people, please just stop passing bonds. You can't pass the parcel gang tax. Houses are already being foreclosed, and how can you ask for more property tax? And more people are going to lose their homes. We bail out billionaires. Why can't they pay for the gangs? We don't need the half-cent sales tax. How can you even think about the subway to the sea when the Metro virtually screwed up? Decided to take away one bus that went down Wilshire Boulevard, the local bus, Westwood to Santa Monica, during day hours between 1 and 6, because the blue bus, number 2, goes to Westwood. But that doesn't make sense. What if I wanted to go past Westwood? 720 only stops on limited stops. We can't stop buses running because they want the subway to the sea. We can't afford the trash tax. First they make us separate our trash. Then they say we do it wrong, so they penalize us. The city council and others are already taxing us to death. As we already have the electric tax, we already have gas tax, we already have more trash tax. Oh yeah, phone tax, bulky item tax. This is just too many taxes. We're getting to the point where people can't afford it. More people are getting homeless. It's people that shouldn't be homeless, that should have the right. There's just no chance for anybody. I'm almost homeless. Zuma Dog's completely homeless. And this is just not right. You got to stop taking away the money. Stop giving it all to the city council and stop giving them perks in their cars. We don't need to give them the cars. They can afford their own cars. Pay for your own cars. And that includes Mr. Garcetti, though. Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Tell him that thank you for doing that thing to help out the Metro.
Thank you. Ms. Fogler.
She's talking about the train accident that you people are responsible for, and I know that you're all responsible for the events that have been going on here. And this is ridiculous. You didn't let me have an agenda. You saw me reading it through it, so I want to speak on item number 51 and item 63, I think it was. So I want to be able to speak on those things like Zuma Dog. So yeah, 62. Item 62 is the fee waivers. You people are doing this little.
Ms. Fogler, we do have that item is called special. So in public comment, you address those items that are not called special.
Yeah, well, I want to be called for that because since I didn't get the agenda on time, you people, this meeting is out of order. And as far as I'm
Ms.
concerned,
Vogler, if you'd like to fill out a card, we will have you speak on item 62.
51 and 62, the CRA, I want to speak on that too. So, you can write that down over there. You don't need to have somebody bring it over. And secondly, the people who are working for the city, the coalition union shouldn't give you guys the adjustment on the co-payments because you're giving water and power employees 6% next month. 20% more, they make more than us, and this is an outrage. And God is going to see to it. He's going to take care of this. God is above you, and He knows what He's going to do, and you're going to be held accountable for your actions here. Here, representing the public and the taxpayers, and you're ripping us off, and He's going to really take care of you.
Thank you. We call items here, other public comment cards, Rudy Ortega, followed by Noel Weiss, followed by Arnold Sachs, Daniel Wright, and Angela McGrew. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam President and council members. My name is Rudy Ortega, Jr. I'm the tribal administrator for the Fernandino, Tataviam, Band of Mission Indians, which is descendants of the San Fernando Mission in the northern Los Angeles County. Today I come and support the Autry and the expansion of the Southwest Museum. I am in witness, as well as my tribal members in the Native community, the great work and the vital work that the Autry is committing to do today. The storage and the protection of the artifacts and the timely efforts that the Autry is committed to at the Southwest. And the expansion will allow them to share and open their doors to the public in the near future so that the community of Los Angeles and the further communities could come and witness this vital collection and this gorgeous items that the Southwest has. And again, I'd like the city of the Los Angeles, the council members, to support the Autry in expanding the Southwest Museum. Thank you.
Council members, good morning. I've been told sometimes the rough edges of my presentations are a little too rough, so I'm going to try to be not as rough, but I'm going to be firm. I want to be blunt because this is important. Number one, we're witnessing now the bankruptcy of the near bankruptcy of the United States because of the lack of legislative oversight. We rely upon you, the City Council, to provide the necessary oversight for us, specifically with regard to, and under the law, we are required to, you can make an oral public records request. And I had asked Ms. Gruhl for her files on Council File 07-0820. That was a motion that she made. I have not received those files. I've received emails. I'm making that public request again. In addition, all of the projects in Valley Village, I want to look at her files on those projects. Again, no response. I will follow up, and I'd appreciate a response
Mr. Weiss,
to that. Second,
Mr. Weiss,
I'm addressing the council as a whole.
I understand that, but it is important. Go ahead. I'll comment after your time.
Number two, with regard to Lincoln Place, the monument to failure of the planning system. It's very important. It is very important. We've had a situation where the Housing Department is not doing its job. They need to return the Ellis Act declarations that were given. We had another case where the Housing Department failed on Barrington to return the Ellis Act declarations. I had to get $60,000 for those tenants when one phone call, that landlord would have gotten them the $35,000 they're entitled to. Now we're back in the same situation again. This case can get resolved. Orally, I'm asking, again, the council to direct the Housing Department to order the Ellis Act declarations that were served and filed to be returned. And thirdly, Proposition A. Ms. Vogler says no taxes. We're talking $36 a year, people. I would appreciate if the council members would be a little bit more, those who support it, would be a little bit more forthcoming in their public comments, because I think the people for $36 a year can afford it and should pay it.
Thank you very much. And I do, Mr. Attorney, feel it's important to note that we respond to every Freedom of Information Act in a timely and efficient manner. Mr. Sachs.
Yes, good morning. I apologize for calling you criminals last week. The criminals in the city are starting to complain that being lumped with politicians is lowering their status. I could say truthful leaders, but then I'd be lying because of, let's see, last week when I asked about a commission hearing, I was lied to right here in City Council. Oh, it was opened by the City Council hearing, reopened, but it wasn't. It was for lack of quorum. Please get your facts straight. Corrections and nominations. I passed out green sheets to the city clerk and the city manager. Never mind. Rules. When there's changes or corrections, the language that's used here, nominations for the Housing Committee was passed last week as a correction. These need to be notified to the public so the public can get an opportunity to speak on them. Your agendas come out. You have additional agendas. You have new motions. You have special agendas. When you have changes to the agenda, those are special. Public should have the right to comment on them. That's a violation of the Brown Act. If you behave like criminals and you act like criminals, then you could be called criminals. Last week, Councilman Rosendahl asked for clarification from staff regarding the Autry Museum action. He was chastised by the city attorney because it wasn't on the agenda. The previous week, there was a contract between the city and the Los Angeles Arena Corporation. Nobody chastised anybody in this council when they were discussing a contract with AEG. AEG wasn't on the agenda. The Los Angeles Arena was. Why? What's the difference? The Boston Marathon on a holiday? Patriots Day. Please tell us what other state in the union celebrates Patriots Day besides Massachusetts. And one last thing, Madam Chairman, if you don't mind.
Thank you very much. There is a Transportation Committee tomorrow, 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Daniel Wright, followed by Angela McGrew.
Daniel Wright, 467 Crane Boulevard, for the Friends of the Southwest Museum, which is on the web at www.friendsofthesouthwestmuseum.com, and join the biggest black hat in the West blog at www.blackhatblog.wordpress.com. There is no question that the Autry has a number of very good programs, and we thank the speakers that are here today to share their positive experiences with the Autry. But Council, I have been asked to give more details regarding how the Autry's balance sheet appears to be overstated by $100 million. Today we have distributed to you the Los Angeles Times article from 2000 when Mrs. Autry herself issued a prepared statement claiming that she had made a $100 million gift of endowment to the Autry. Also, we have included 2 pages of the Autry's audited financial statements attested to by Arthur Anderson, an accounting firm that collapsed in 2001 in connection with its audit services of the Enron Corporation. These 2 pages from 2001 show how the Autry booked a $100 million asset in response to Mrs. Autry's gift announcement. Council members, as the notes to the financial statement show, Mrs. Autry did not transfer $100 million in cash or securities to the museum in 2000, as implied by the Times article. Instead, her family foundation put a pledge into the museum's records to pay $100 million on her death. The tax returns of the Autry Foundation show that foundation has never had more than $17 million in assets since 2000. This means that the foundation's promise to pay $100 million has no visible asset to make good on the promise unless it's coming from Mrs. Autry's estate. Accounting Rule 116, paragraph 207 bars the recording of a bequest as a nonprofit asset. Open your eyes to some of the realities here and avoid drinking the Kool-Aid. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela McGrew.
My name is Angela McGrew, and I'm speaking in support of the expansion of the Autry National Center. I'm the object conservator at the Southwest Museum, and I'm also a Native person. Prior to coming here to do this work, I spent 8 years with the National Museum of the American Indian Smithsonian Institution, doing precisely the same kind of work that's needed now at the Southwest. My family and I moved here to California specifically so that I could work with the Southwest Collection because we feel that it is so important. Both the National Museum of the American Indians Collection and the Southwest Collections were founded at approximately the same time, and both have outgrown their space and storage that was state-of-the-art a century ago. The collections represent people both past and present, and they deserve to have the best care possible. The expansion of the museum and the work that the expansion will allow will make the collection more accessible both in person and online for the people that the collections represent and also for all of us. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment. Thank you all for being here during our public comment period. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Item 13 is the appointment of Mr. Bruce Ackerman to the Quality and Productivity Commission.
Mr. Ackerman, and I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Wiesar. Mr. Ackerman, if you'd join us at the table.
Thank you very much, Madam President and council members. I urge your A vote. As many of you know, and Mr. Ackerman has been an involved citizen here in the city of Los Angeles, involved with various issues and giving of his personal time. And here it's of great tribute that we would have him on the Quality and Productivity Commission. And briefly, Mr. Ackerman, if you could just share with us some of your thoughts and ideas and what you hope to accomplish on this commission.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember Huizar. I want to also acknowledge and thank Councilmember Zine for suggesting this appointment. My career path has always been in serving my community. I've spent 20-some years running different chambers of commerce, and the last 10 years running 2 different economic development corporations. The current one is the Economic Alliance of the San Fernando Valley, where I serve as president and CEO. I'm also a commissioner on the CRA LA, serving as vice chair of that commission. I am absolutely delighted and excited about the opportunity to provide even more service to my city, using some of my private sector experience on qualitativity, productivity issues, looking at efficiencies, and trying to salute that excellence in the city of Los Angeles among our various departments and employee groups, where they are truly trying to make a difference. And I'm really excited and challenged by trying to be part of that commission that can salute that and make that happen.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Ackerman. And colleagues, especially today when we have the city in some tough financial times, the work of this commission is even more important. And I'm glad to see that we have Mr. Ackerman there to continue to push the envelope and be creative on what we can do. One of the issues that the Audits Committee recently discussed is a possibility of giving the commission permanent staff so that some of the ideas and thoughts could be worked on by our staff to really implement some of their work. There's a lot of great ideas, but we needed more support, and we need more support to actually implement them throughout the city, and that's something that my committee, the Audits and Governmental Efficiency Committee, is working with the Commission to help make happen. So thank you, Mr. Zine, for bringing a great candidate forward, and we look forward to working with you, Mr. Ackerman, and I would ask for an A vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we vote, Mr. Ackerman, I want to add my congratulations on your willingness to serve on this commission. It's a very important commission, and one in which we think, particularly in tough times, is critically important for the city of Los Angeles. And since I started talking, Mr. Zine has now pushed his button. Mr. Zine.
I pushed it before. I don't think it was working. Anyway, thank you. I would not pass up an opportunity to speak about Bruce Ackerman, who's a man from Valley of the Stars, San Fernando Valley, a proud member of that wonderful community. The commission has not had the support that it needs, and I think we have a commitment from the city to give that commission some support. You've got some wonderful people that you'll be serving with, and as Mr. Huizar stated, with these hard economic times, quality and productivity are paramount, that we deliver that product to the people. They're still paying taxes. They still deserve that. So what we strive for is to make that happen. I know they have an annual event where they recognize city employees, but the day-to-day operations, we really need to see what we can do with that commission to streamline the process, to make sure that that commission's at the point of moving these departments forward. We've got so many wonderful city employees that don't get recognized every day. They do the job, and hopefully the commission can bring that about. So I know that your previous commission experience, you've done well. With the CRA, I know you meet with them, me, my office, and trying to get CRA moving forward, even though the state's going to take some of our money. Hopefully we'll still be able to deliver the products to the community. So I welcome you to the commission, and I know you'll do well on that. And again, you are a shining star in the Valley of the Stars. Thank you, Bruce, for volunteering for this. You like that, Greg Smith? Shining star in the Valley of the Stars. Well, that's the logo he's got, the Valley of the Stars.
May I use that one?
Sure, you can use it. I'm not going to trademark
Thank you, Mr. Zine.
it. And Wendy, you're a Valley of the Stars, too.
Thank you. Very nice ending to our review of your commission appointment. And with that, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this commissioner, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. We are going to take item number 25 next, and then Mr. Parks will go to 69. Mr. Alarcon?
Members, I just have to announce that I'm recusing myself. This property involves my next-door neighbor.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Alarcon will leave the room. Item 25 is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 25, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. That item has been approved. We can invite Mr. Alarcon back to the council chambers. We need to reconsider item number 69 for Mr. Parks. If we could open the roll on reconsideration, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, that item is now before us.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I get to 69, I'd just like to make a comment. We often have a lot of these reward motions, and we never hear the results of them. But on September the 16th, we had a family here, Mrs. Butler, that came to tell us about her young child that was kidnapped, and we approved the $25,000 reward. We got a notice just this morning from the Belize police in which they have found the daughter. They have apprehended the suspect, and if everything goes well with the embassy there, that Mrs. Butler will be traveling to Belize to pick up her child today and return to the United States. So that's a positive. For the item 69, we'd like to have a renewal and just ask for public support. That we had a 15-year-old that was the victim of a homicide on June the 10th, 2007 at 4:10 p.m. His name was Rodney Elijah Love. He was fatally shot while sitting on his bicycle in the driveway of his residence while talking to some of his friends. The shot came from the front passenger of a dark-colored sports utility vehicle driving westbound at 80th Street and Harvard. The suspects fired several shots, striking the victim in the back and killing him. We'd ask for public support and also a $50,000 reward, and also any information to Detective Ritt, R-I-T-C-H, at 213-485-1383, which is South Bureau Homicide.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on that item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Huizar?
Yes, Madam President, if we could, I'd ask that we could reconsider item number 58 and hold on the desk, please. There's some speakers who will be arriving at noon, and I would like to give them an opportunity to speak if possible.
Well, Madam Clerk, if we could reconsider item number 58, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. We'll hold that on the desk, Mr. Huizar.
Thank you.
Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 9 was called special for cards from the public.
Thank you. Mr. David Hernandez.
Good morning, council members. This particular item is really stuck out to me because as a young man, this is the route that I walked from my home on Elkwood Street to Coldwater Elementary School. And as a member of the Neighborhood Watch for that area, I was able to attend a press conference with the chair with regards to placing Neighborhood Watch signs on Blythe Street. Many of the issues before this one having to do with street lights are very important for the residents of Los Angeles from San Pedro to Sylmar because they are older communities. And a dark street is a dangerous street. But one of the things which I would like the council to address in the future is the practice and policy of using these older communities to qualify for federal HUD grants and then not using those funds in the communities that were used to qualify for them. They do a disservice to your constituents, and in an evaluation of a lighting district, it is important for all of the facts to be known. And so those individuals filing protests against the lighting districts should have the knowledge of whether or not their particular streets have been used for federal grants and where that money went to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Any wishing to be heard on this item? If not, Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll and tabulate the votes?
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, I believe, is item number 12. The amendment has been circulated, correct, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Madam President, the substitute ordinance has been circulated to all members.
Although we do have cards on these items, so if we could ask the following individuals who are here on item number 12, Janice Chow, followed by Stephen Gallegos, followed by David Ross. And if we could please have quiet in the chambers. Shh. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Janice Chow, here on behalf of the American Cancer Society. The American Cancer Society supports the tobacco permit fee increase, and especially an increase in the number of compliance checks. Every day, over 2,000 youth will try smoking and get hooked on tobacco. And according to the CDC, 80% of adult tobacco users start smoking as teens, and 35% of those users become daily smokers by the age of 18. Nicotine use in kids typically lead to a lifelong addiction to tobacco, with roughly one-third of all youth smokers eventually dying prematurely from smoking-related diseases. Cigarette smoking causes significant health problems in growing children, causing shortness of breath, reduced physical activity, respiratory illness, and poor lung growth and function. Smoking is the number one cause of preventable cancer death and the second leading cause of cancer deaths in men and women. A tobacco permit fee is a proven method of reducing youth access to tobacco products. The much-needed fee increase is critical to supporting an adequate number of compliance checks and administrative expenses to ensure that a strong tobacco program is in place in the City of Los Angeles. A strong program will lead to significant decrease in tobacco use, preventing thousands of tobacco-related cancers and deaths. We hope that you will join other Californian cities of Pasadena, San Francisco, and many others who have passed strong local tobacco retail licensing laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, members of the Los Angeles City Council. My name is Stephen Gallegos, and I'm the Smoke-Free Advocacy and Programs Manager for the American Lung Association of California here in the Los Angeles County region. And the American Lung Association has been a long-time supporter of the tobacco retail licensing ordinance. We are the leader here in Los Angeles for this motion. I go to various conferences and am invited to speak in other states that want to emulate and copy what we're doing here in Los Angeles. Not only are we leading the way in the United States, but around the world in the works that we do here in Los Angeles. So this tobacco retail licensing ordinance is a very strong component of the overall comprehensive tobacco control programs that we have here in Los Angeles. And obviously what it does is it just stops children from being able to get access to tobacco. This tobacco retail licensing ordinance and this $300 fee for the program will strengthen what we have started in Los Angeles and make the world pay attention to keeping youth access from tobacco. So I want to thank you very much for your support for this motion, and the American Lung Association of California supports it as it goes forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker, please, Mr. Ross.
I'm David Ross. I'm here as a volunteer. I'm a businessman in Los Angeles, but I'm also the chairman of the board of the American Heart Association and the American Stroke Association. And it seems to me this is a fairly straightforward recommendation by the City Attorney's Office. That is, the complex issues have already been decided, that a tobacco permitting system would save lives of children in Los Angeles. The system's created, the permits are being issued. So the only question before you today is whether it's worth enforcing that permitting system. And the increase that we're talking about from $208 to $300, a $92 increase, compared as an example to the City of Carson, which has a $500 permit fee, or the City of Oakland, which has a $1,500 permitting fee, is a not only a reasonable but really a minimal request for increased funding. And so the question before you is not increased regulation. It's really simply whether you want to enforce the current regulation. You've heard from the Cancer Society and the Lung Society, and from the Heart Association and Stroke Association's point of view, cigarette smoking is the number one cause of heart disease in terms of risk factors that can be controlled. And we know that kids who smoke, or rather adults that smoke, all started out as kids smoking. So what we're asking you to do is simply enforce regulation that you've put in place and agreed to. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Parks, followed by Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to thank the organizations that have been here to talk about this whole issue of health. As we've talked recently in a variety of smoking ordinances, we've identified through very credible research that secondhand smoke issue is as deadly or more deadly than those who actually smoke. The reason for the change in the ordinance as was first presented is the cost. Initially, it was $208 for the current year. Originally, it was proposed to go to $300. This ordinance moves it to $251, primarily because it's a full cost recovery. And from the CAO's analysis, anything over $251 at this time cannot be justified on full cost recovery. And so they will analyze it again for next year after 2009 and each year thereafter to determine what the cost of full cost recovery. And from my understanding, it would be inappropriate and illegal for us to charge more than the full cost recovery of the services. So we ask an aye vote on the ordinance that identifies the cost at $251 per year.
Mr. Alarcon.
Members, I believe there's a bit of a ruse with the use of the term full cost recovery. All the public commenters were addressing this issue as if the report before us recommended $300, but they were not fully informed that, in fact, the recommendation before us is $251. And the basis for that is this suggestion that we cannot justify the full cost recovery. Well, we can justify the full cost recovery if we increase the services. The whole intent here is to get more people to enforce this out on the street. The original recommendation at $300 would allow for 1,200 inspections if we staff up. I don't know why we wouldn't want to staff up. So my recommendation is that we amend the recommendation of Budget and Finance, that we charge the full $300 and direct the City Attorney's Office to staff up with the additional costs, with the additional revenue that is generated. If the CAO's analysis that, in fact, these places will close down is correct, or they won't request these permits, you know, great. I think that's great. Let's make it $1,000 and shut them all down, if that logic makes any sense. I don't think that is the case. I believe these places will continue to operate. We need more enforcement officials out there regulating this industry. We know all the damages that smoking causes. Let's do the right thing. Let's go to $300 immediately and not accept the committee's recommendation to hold it off at $251. The difference is something like 500 inspections will not be conducted if we choose to support the committee's recommendation. So I urge that we amend the committee's recommendation and go with the original report, R08-0356. Whoops. No, that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. The original recommendation was R08-0315. That one recommends an increase to $300, and I think that's the right thing to do.
Councilmember, is that your motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
The attorney come up.
That motion is seconded. Mr. Rosendahl. We now have Mr. Labange on the queue.
Mr. City Attorneys, City Attorney, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Attorney, all City Attorneys, call in all City Attorneys.
Call in all City Attorneys. Call in all City Attorneys. We have one. There he is. We got two.
We got four.
We got three. We got four. All right, Rocky can stay in his office. He's well represented here. All right, now we got the battle of the City Attorneys.
City Attorneys, Mr. Alarcon made a very passionate plea of a sense of trying to, if I could say, harden and focus on this target of this problem. Please advise us what you believe we could do or not do on this case.
There's no question that smoking is a scourge in our society, and we all like to eliminate it. The constraint we have with what we're dealing here is the Proposition 218 allows us to recover only our costs. And the cost, the critical portion of the cost, as I understand it in the CAO's analysis, is what we can have the state do by way of inspections. They actually do the inspections. They can provide a certain number of inspections for us in a year. It would be they who would have to staff up. We can't compel them to staff any higher than, or do any larger number of inspections than they can and will do. And so the cost that the CAO looked at is determined to a large extent, by the cost that the state would charge us for the inspections that they can do in the coming year. Because of that, the maximum that they can justify as recovering is $251 per permit rather than the $300. We just don't have the legal ability to go above that at this point. This is analyzed every year, and the intention is to go as high as possible every year as we go forward.
And the only thing I would add is that with this change in the fee, we will be able to increase the number of inspections citywide. So we will be moving to increase the inspections. And the CAO has indicated after they've crunched the numbers, they're satisfied that we can meet this increase with the $251 number. As long as we can increase our inspections from the point of view of the tobacco enforcement program, that would be helping us meet our goal and meeting the goal set out by this council.
And I think that with the $300 fee, I just wanted to ensure that we made note of it. It did not include an increase for 1,200 compliance checks. The $300 fee would still pay for the 900 compliance checks. And we know that there is no doubt that effective enforcement means more checks in this city. The city currently has 5,200 retailers. There are sometimes over 300 retailers in each council district. So increased enforcement is the most effective means of reducing youth access we have both a public health goal and an enforcement goal, and the public health goal is to reduce youth access and reduce youth uptake of tobacco products in the city.
Anything else? City attorneys, I thank you for that. I just had one question. I know we had a government efficiency candidate here earlier. I know there's a federal agency called Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And Harry from the police department here, do vice officers go into establishments and see if they, on liquor, do they deal with liquor? Could they look at tobacco as well? Is that a possibility? I'm throwing it out to Harry from the side, but city attorneys, you know what I'm saying. Could vice cops look at it?
Currently, we aren't having VICE do these operations, and I believe that deals with the immunity being granted to the minor, as well as VICE's own policy that we've been told. So currently, only the state of California is doing these checks for us.
But now we could ask the Los Angeles Police Department VICE unit. They go in there when they go with Explorers and they do alcoholic buys. Why don't you do? What's the difference if you're talking about efficiency?
Well, alcoholic buys would be used with a person who's under 21. For cigarettes, they would have to be under 18, and that would take us into granting immunity to that minor that only the district attorney could provide, and at this time, the district attorney hasn't done so.
So, in essence, the idea of efficiency of asking VICE units, which are going into liquor stores anyway, to look at this, they couldn't.
At this point, no.
And how would you make it happen?
We would, I guess, need to coordinate with the district attorney's office and see if they're willing to do that, as well as LAPD's own internal policies of not using under 18 or minors under the age of 18 years old.
Councilman, we do have a relationship with LAPD Vice and other LAPD units, and they bring us cases involving cigarettes all the time. Black market cigarettes, which Ms. Juarez prosecutes in a whole range of cases. This tobacco program also has this kind of wholesale inspection into supermarkets, convenience stores, gas stations, areas way beyond Vice, and then so that's why we need a group that's kind of committed to this kind of a program.
I got that, but I'm just asking if they're there anyway. What amazes me that there's 4 million people and there's only about 55,000 employees to serve the 4 million. Many of them do multiple things, and I was just saying if you're in a liquor store, you know, if you're looking at the liquor, could you look at the alcohol and could you look at the tobacco?
They do look at the tobacco for us when they are in the liquor store.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Mr. We done with the city attorneys? Okay. Stick around because there may be more. Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Parks, did you want to go back?
Let me be very clear here. This is not an issue of full cost recovery. This is an issue of how aggressively you are going to pursue this. You have the choice to do it at 251 or 300 before you, but let me point out that there are many jurisdictions that charge a lot more than that. A City of Oakland charges $1,500. City of Long Beach, $469. City of Inglewood, $350. Carson, $600. Santa Ana, $635. Riverside, $350. Murrieta, $350. The fact of the matter is that the City of Los Angeles, even at $250, is well below the average in our region, and we need to get with it. So the point I'm trying to make is, all you have to do to attain full cost recovery is to staff up, to increase the enforcement, not limit it. And if we come back with the same, if we do nothing and we come back next year, we're going to have the exact same dilemma with the CAO saying, well, we don't have the justification. Well, of course not. We didn't staff up. So how can you get to full cost recovery? 100% of this money can be dedicated to this purpose. That is the principle of full cost recovery. I think we need to do it. At $200, we're not accomplishing what we need to. At $251, I don't think we're going to accomplish it. $300, frankly, isn't going to do it either, but $300 is better than $250. It will allow us to increase our enforcement on this particular program. Kids start smoking young. We need to increase the enforcement services to ensure that retailers take us serious and voluntarily stop selling to minors and check their ages when they walk in the door. That's what this is about. It's not a question of full cost recovery. It's a question of how aggressive we want to be in reducing the impact of tobacco in the city of Los Angeles. I urge you to support my motion.
Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the comments made by the city attorneys are very relevant, that if we raise the fee to $300, we do get the same 900 inspections. The state has to provide the resources. We can only assess the number of resources to get the full cost recovery. So it's not driven by the value of our permit fee. It's driven by the resources that the state puts in that we can recover. And so I think it's important for us to stay legal because, as you know, we're constantly being tested about full cost recovery and what it does. We can't use the fee to penalize the vendor or the store. We can only look at what the state provides, use those figures that the CAO has come forward with, and get the full cost recovery. If we raise the fee to $300, we get the same 900 inspections because that's the amount, the maximum that the state employees can do. We'd also put ourselves in legal jeopardy of raising the fee above full cost recovery. I think as we analyze this year to year, what our movement should be is to accept the fee at $251 and make a concerted effort between now and next year or in the interim is to see if the state will add more resources. Once they do that, you can then get more recovery for that. But we as a city do not dictate the number of resources, nor are these city employees that we're getting the full cost recovery. So I would think that to be legal in this process, we have to get the full cost recovery from the state employees, move forward asking the city to go to the state to increase the number of people, to get the increased number of inspections, and then you can get a higher fee for those types of work. And so I'd ask that we have an aye vote on the original Budget and Finance Committee report and that we have a no vote on the amending motion.
No other speakers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, the first vote before council would be on the Alarcon-Rosendahl motion to go with the original ordinance that had the $300 fee.
On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
9 ayes, 5 noes.
9 ayes, 5 noes. That matter passes. So that matter is concluded.
That concludes the matter.
Next item, please.
Item 31, called special by Councilmember Hahn.
Ms. Hahn.
Colleagues, if you recall, last week this was the 245 motion that I introduced regarding an action that our Board of Rec and Parks Commission took in denying a free piece of property being donated to us from UP Railroads. And this, as I explained, is an area of Wilmington that has suffered extreme blight, neglect. These kids don't have a place to play soccer. Here was a free piece of property that I was able to negotiate with UP to donate to the city, and yet our Board of Rec and Parks Commissioners denied it based on advice from the city attorney that the potential liability outweighed the possible benefits to kids in Wilmington playing soccer. Since we took jurisdiction of that issue, and it was brought to the Tom LaBonge's Committee on Arts, Parks, and Health, we were able to get back on the phone with UP. I spoke to the representatives again with our city attorney and John Muckery, General Manager of Rec and Parks. I feel like we've now got better terms that will allow Rec and Parks Commissioners to accept this property. So what I'd like us to do today, if you agree with me, is to veto the action that they took denying the property, send it back to the Commission with our instruction to take a look at the new deal that's going to be put before them, which I believe will give them a little more comfort about accepting this piece of property. I would also like to have your okay to encourage the Bureau of Engineering to continue to work on the design of this soccer field and do any more work that they need to do to take this project to completion. We've got Prop K money, we've got Prop 40 money, and as all you know, if you don't spend it at a certain time, you lose it. So this project, we need to take over the end zone, because that's not the right terminology for soccer, but we need to get a goal in the soccer net on this one. So let's deny this. Let's veto their decision. Let's encourage them to now accept this property. Let's ask Bureau of Engineering to continue to work on the design of this, and hopefully, before not too long, the kids in Wilmington will finally have a place to play soccer. Thank you, colleagues, for indulging me, giving me a little extra time to continue to work out this deal for my constituents. Thank you.
We're always there for you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Clerk, open the roll.
I think
Mr. LaBonge, I'm sorry.
It went off there. Anyway, thank you.
LaBonge.
Thank you for extending this discussion, Ms. Hahn, for the opportunity to create more sports fields. And I don't know if there's any representative of the Park Department here right now that are here. Neil's here. Mark's here. So you're going to make it happen, Sid, right? Okay, which is real important. It's an opportunity. I see Mark Brown and his approval. Neil Drucker's here, because this was an opportunity, members, just a short time ago. It just, like less than a month ago, wasn't possible. Unless you stood up and fought and put it together, Janice, it would not be back here today. Thank you, departments, for going the extra mile on this. It will make a difference, because some afternoon in the near future, families and young and old alike will be on a field enjoying sports. Thank you, Ms. Hahn.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Open the roll on that matter. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
Forthwith on number 31. Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. And our next item, please.
Mr. President, just for clarification, back on item 12, the ordinance that was voted on 9-5, that ordinance will go over for second reading to October 1st.
Very well. Thank you.
Item 35 was called special for Councilmember Huizar.
Mr. Huizar, number 35.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My questions have been answered on this item, but generally speaking, this item here is a response when we did the rate increases for water and power that we have oversight commissions set up, citizen oversight commissions that will keep an eye on how we're implementing some of those expenditures, including a low-income lifeline program oversight committee, which is important to ensure that we do our best effort to enroll as many people as we can in the 15% discount that is available for people who qualify and for people who would need to get some help with the rising energy costs. I'd also like to mention that I have a motion before our committee that will look to seek and establish an ombudsperson that will also work with these independent oversight committees and the City Council so that we are spending our dollars wisely and that we are moving in the right direction to get the right type of information when we have to make these very difficult decisions. Thank you very much.
We have a public speaker on that matter, Mr. Zumadog. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Perry first. I didn't see that up there. Ms. Perry, and then we'll go to Zumadog.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. Please do that.
Thank you very much. We'll do that.
Ms. Gruhl is taking your place now. You're about to be
Not
replaced.
yet. I'm not going to surrender yet.
Yeah, okay. That way we won't have any more oversights like
Thank
that.
you very much. No more
That's
oversight.
right. In committee we discussed this and then the interrelationship possibly of the ombudsman position that has been proposed and whether these functions would be duplicative or complementary, and we have a report coming back in committee on the ombudsman or ombudsperson position, pros and cons. So I look forward to bringing this back to council and having a more full-body discussion on whether that works and provides us with the opportunity to achieve the goals set forth in the oversight committees, or enhance them rather. So I just want to put that on the record for now.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Department staff here right now? Yeah, just give us a quick, you heard what the council said, what are you going to do? Yeah, there's a table right there.
Wendy Yancey, Water and Power. As it relates to the low-income program outreach committees, or the committees, the citizen committees, the CLA has made a number of recommendations that DWP will actually participate by basically facilitating as almost as a secretary to the committees, agenda setting, making sure that they receive information that they can ingest in a timely manner, receiving, helping them with meeting locations, etc., distributing materials, preparing reports, and then also interacting with the other city council committees as it relates to our progress, as it relates to obtaining more low-income customers and the programs, making sure that the programs receive the proper outreach, etc. This also applies to the power reliability and water improvement programs also.
Well, this is so important because I think it's very important your agency continue to push out. You do engage with people. You do the basic service of water and power, which is so important to a community. And the only suggestion as we develop this, I hope somewhere on your website, citizen involvement is near the top, so if someone did want to know about this or any outreach that the Department of Water and Power has as it relates to direct citizen empowerment, please let them know who to contact by name at 367, whatever the number is. So thank you very much, and continue on to deliver the water and power to the people of Los Angeles, but focus on this very important Lifeline program. Thank you.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have one public comment card. Is Mr. Zumadog in the San Fernando Valley? Mr. Zumadog? I think they're checking to see if he's still present. He's not there. So that closes public comment. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 36, called special for Councilmember Perry.
Yes, Ms. Perry. She may have stepped out just for a moment. If we could go to the next item then, please.
Item 51, called special for cards.
Thank you. Mr. Arnold Sachs, followed by Miriam Fogler, Donna Pearman.
Yes, good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. Very quickly, awarding a contract to Parking Concepts Incorporated. The city is awarding a contract to Parking Concepts Incorporated for parking operations and management services at the CRA-owned Cinerama Dome public parking facilities. Please, the CRA, as in other items that are presented before the council on other agenda items, is not bound by any financial disclosure facts or acts required by the CLA's office. Please explain why the city is contracting for parking concepts. Shouldn't that not be under the CRA's purview? It's their property. Let them contract out for their parking facilities. We don't get money from the CRA. The CRA gets money from the city, and they're not bound by any city financial disclosure rules as other city. Is it not even a city department? Why is the city again giving away its money to a private contractor to cover somebody else's butt? We just heard about full recovery fees from a tobacco tax, and after listening to that debate, I still don't know if it was passed for $300 or $251. What is the purpose of paying for parking fees, a contract, when the CRA is fully capable of covering their own costs? Again, as always, and especially today, since it's National Respect Day, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. Ms. Fogler, out in the San Fernando Valley.
On 35, you had Zimadog down, and I didn't hear his name called for that.
We did call his name, Ms. Fogler.
And then I put in a card for it because I'm disabled, and I wanted to speak on the water and power.
Unfortunately, you did not submit for that. You did submit for 51. Would you like to speak on 51?
Yes, I do, but I would like to speak on 35 again. So anyway, the CRA, not only is this agency asking money from the city, they also get the money from the property taxes. Since they own the cinema, what they did is they redid this property and they raised the market value, so they get the tax money away from the county and the city services. So, folks, that's the right reason why they've added trash fees. Okay, this is why they're putting in cigarette permit fees. This is why they're doing all these different fees and taxes and asking for a proper increase for the gang tax, because they need that money to replace what CRA takes away from the city and the county. So, folks, this is very bad what they've done. It's taking over the city, the CRA. It's working for all private developers who give money to all these city members, city council members, and they hold the whole Taj Mahal there. They're just eating us up alive. They're taking all the money away from the communities. They're drying up this city. And then, we're going to have big problems later on, folks, because they got all the money over in the CRA, which is a private agency, but it's getting public money. And they don't have to disclose nothing. I had a gentleman that was coming here for a long time, since the Korean War. His name was Howard Watts. He's been fighting this agency. So, Arnold Sachs, if you want to look up some information about the background on the CRA, go to Howard Watts. Just put it in the computer, in the search engine. You should be able to come up with some information. And here, the city's got his records here. So you should be able to find it. So this gentleman should be rewarded. Ernie Bernardi was fighting them too.
Thank you. Donna Pearman.
This is Donna. Councilman Nardi knew all about city waste, and he would know about the CRA. This CRA is just, they take all the money that can be used for other things, so we, don't trust the CRA. I know the city council loves the CRA, that's their favorite friend, but anytime you get over here, the CRA just makes huge buildings and huge parking lots, so we can't afford to have anything done with the CRA. I think the CRA certainly has enough money of its own that they have to stop stealing from the city. That's all I have to say, so please vote no.
Thank you very much. That item is now before us. If there's no comments from my colleagues, Madam Clerk, please open the roll on this item. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Ms. Perry, item 36, you wish to take that up now?
Item 46.
We held both of those items for you, 36 and 54.
Okay, 36. Okay, sure.
36 was being held on the desk, and an amending motion has been circulated.
On 36? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I have an amending motion circulating, and I agreed with Mr. Huizar to continue that item. I just wanted to introduce the motion and then continue the whole thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll continue it until when?
Yes, Madam President, we could continue it for 2 weeks. And if that doesn't create any problems, actually, the reason I asked for a continuance, and thanks, Ms. Perry, for that, is that I put in a motion back in April for the CRA to explain some of its processes in moving forward with this item. And secondly, there was a $4 million land acquisition fund that's no longer being used in CD14, and that motion asked for an explanation as to how those dollars will be used, and we have yet to receive a report. So with a 2-week continuance, hopefully the CRA could come back with that information.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Huizar. So without objection, item 36 will be continued for 2 weeks.
And Madam President, 2 weeks actually falls on October 7th, which is the council slated single topic day. Do you wish to go one day later than that to October 8th, which would be a Wednesday?
We'll continue to October 8th. To October 8th. Mr. Clerk, I'm not sure if you mentioned everyone, but all items today will be going forthwith. Next item.
Item 52 was called special inasmuch as a motion is required. This was submitted without recommendation from the chair of the ITGS committee.
Is Mr. Cardenas here? We'll hold that on the desk for a moment. Next item.
Item 53 called special for cards.
Thank you. Mr. Hernandez, followed by Leslie Dutton, followed by Edith Shane or Shakes. Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is David Hernandez, and public access is a very important issue for the residents of Los Angeles. I believe the first time that I visited a public access studio was I was a panel member with Councilmember Gruhl and was introduced to the public access system and the value as an asset to the members of the community that wish to speak about land issues, lighting issues, crime issues, the Bradley landfill, the Sheldon Arleta landfill, Handsome Dam, equestrian issues. Public access is vital for members of the community to not only speak their mind, whether for or against a particular issue, but also to educate members of the community. During the 2 years that I was a producer for then Adelphia, we were able to reach out to many members of the Latino community in Sun Valley and Pacoima and speak about issues with regards to public health and regards to education. What is seemingly about to happen at the end of this year with the possible closing of all public access stations by Time Warner and no plan in place by the City of Los Angeles other than to receive the 2% franchise fee, we are in a real danger of losing a vital public asset. This is something that is very unassuming. However, once it's gone, it's going to be gone. And so I implore on the members and your members of the committees to be very diligent in setting in place a policy with regards to replacing those public access stations that will be closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Leslie Dutton. And before she speaks, if I could please have quiet in the chambers. Shh.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the eyes of the nation are upon you. In Washington, D.C., actions are starting to be taken to oversee what's happening to our public access channels. Legislation similar to what was passed in Sacramento, authored by Fabian Nunez, that changed the way public access franchising is conducted and gave you in the cities the responsibility of taking over the operations of these public access facilities. It's up to you now. And Los Angeles is once again on the forefront. They're all watching how you handle this. As a longtime public access producer, we've provided a platform for the news behind the news. Many of you have been on our programs. We talk about things that just simply don't get covered in the regular news media. But more than public issues, we are here in the heart of the media, Hollywood. Many of the producers and people involved in the media use public access facilities to express their creative ability, their talents, and also to communicate in the community. I would just like to say that next month, full disclosure, will be meeting with visiting Russian journalists who have come to our country to find out how our system of communicating works. They will be visiting the offices of the Full Disclosure Network, and at that time, I will have to explain to them what the future of public access is here in the United States of America. Los Angeles will be at the forefront, and I will have to tell them, will our stations, will our public access channels be dark? Will the studios be closed? That's what we're told, that they will be dark. And the programs that we've produced, where do I take them? No one in Los Angeles will have any way of knowing what's going on. You will be cutting off the community.
Thank you, Ms. Dutton. We do have to stick to our 2 minutes. I apologize. Edith?
My name is Edith Shane. Leslie Dutton and I started a program called Full Disclosure in 1992. We went to the public access studio. We took a small lesson of how to be producers, and we started this program. It was so well received that now we've even gotten an Emmy in competition with all the other news programs and TV programs. People are hungry to hear what individuals say. We cannot close the public access. It's also federally mandated that we have a program, the city provide one for the people so that we can say what we want to say that is not in the news, providing the news behind the news. So please, please, please keep it open. People are hungry to hear what the public has to say. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Zine. Mr. Rosendahl?
Yes. I'm right over here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's okay. I don't know if the cameras can find me over here, but I'm sitting in Mr. Alicon's seat for somebody up there on a switchboard so they can see that. All right. They haven't figured. There, they got me now. Okay. Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I totally agree with you folks. Let me tell you, just from the heart, I was a cable guy for 22 years. I supported public access. I considered it the electronic soapbox and the First Amendment rights. A lot of cable people didn't like it because they didn't see a buck being made at it. I saw a buck being made because it distinguished us from the satellite. It was a unique product. Plus, more importantly, the people own the airwaves, you know? Not the broadcasters or the cablecasters. But that's all been gone because special interests manipulate the process. The broadcasters were able to take away that fairness doctrine in Washington. That's why the only way the democracy works now is 30-second soundbite news junkie garbage that you have to represent your candidates. It's terrible. They should open up those airwaves during an election process for people to participate within it and learn. Same thing with public access. People own those airwaves. Well, we know what happened. Sacramento cut the deal with the phone company who didn't want to go through this franchising process, didn't want to help be accountable by local government on customer service or public access. So the cable industry did the same things. Me too, me too. So they all got what they wanted at the expense of the people. It is a terrible day when the new year begins, that public access is pretty much destroyed. My only suggestion is that Channel 36 somehow, since we control that placement, get involved in public access. A block of time would go to public access, and that 1% money should somehow be put in a way in which we can have at least one studio, if not more, where public access producers can do it. I might also say personally, I had 700 public access producers who produced 3,500 shows. And I am as upset as you are that once again, again, the strangulation of the political process has happened, and we're all in trouble because public access is almost now finished.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zine, followed by Mr. Labange.
Thank you. Well stated, Bill Rosendahl, who many of us appeared on your program on the West Side for many years. And Ms. Dutton, on full disclosure, I've been a guest along with many of my colleagues. I think that the FCC, the federal government, they took away the editorials. We used to have editorials on television radio stations, and we've seen how the news has changed. Unless you have cable, you're really not going to get much. You may have some local news, but basically you're going to have a cable and pay for the cable operation to have that. If you have Dish or something else, you're not getting the local Channel 35, the broadcast here in City Council. So I see it eroding. And I know that there was a strong lobby, a lot of commercials, support this, support that, and we see what's happening with the cable industry. I totally support the full disclosure as well as the public access. And Time Warner devotes a lot of time to public access. They now control this region, and they're very generous with that. But it's an erosion of the process from the editorials that used to be around. No one has editorials anymore. The news operations and the radio stations have been dwindling, some non-existing. The stations that are now buying up other stations where you have the same news team on both channels, it's an erosion of that, and the information is now being reduced. So whatever we can do, I will be supporting that, and I'm sure Mr. Rosendahl will lead that charge. But you have a very valid point, and if we look at what's happening, it's continuing to float away. And I want to commend you on your program on full disclosure and the fact that you received an Emmy. I know that you had a large brunch Sunday, and by the time I got there it was over. Nevertheless, do support what you're doing, and I was unaware that this was taking place at this great momentum. So I'm sure many of us will support whatever we can do to save it. But the state's taking it, the Fed's taking it, and they're really walking on over the local agencies and local jurisdictions. So I do support you, along with my colleague Bill Rosendahl, but he will be the champion in this chamber, because anytime it comes to free access, public access, Bill's at the lead of that. So thank you for being here, and thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. Mr. Zion, I know you're one of our leaders on the League of California Cities. Is this conference in Long Beach going to have any opportunity to discuss something like this?
On the board, along with Councilmember Grewal and Councilmember Cardenas, the three of us are on that board. I will be bringing that up at our board meeting because it's going to affect not only Los Angeles but every other jurisdiction. Many public access programs produced, and people enjoy them. So I will be bringing that up at the conference in Long Beach, California League of Cities. And we also, with National League of Cities coming up before the end of the year, we may want to bring it up at National League of Cities. But there's no question it's being eroded and being washed away.
Well, I think we certainly should bring it up. I remember as a child watching television, and they'd have a PSA at the end of the Highway Patrol, and Broderick Crawford would say, "Leave your bread at the Red Cross, not on the highway. Right. Slow down." And other things that would impact someone. Broderick said it with much more vim and vigor than I said it.
2150 to headquarters.
That's right. But I think this is so important what you bring up, because what we see now is what is called the fourth estate, which is the press eroding. I'm sorry to see that the Los Angeles Times is not the paper that it once was, which is an important aspect. I'm sorry to see that the Daily News has challenges in the industry of the newspaper that is there. I'm just talking about our two local papers. Our community papers are thriving because people want community news. Community news often comes from local access television shows. So, Dennis, if you would, as you do so many times, because I know you serve nationally on the issues of homelessness and other issues with the National League of Cities, you're very committed. Would you look at this issue along with Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Grewal, and try to come up with some solution? And maybe, Mr. Miller, if you could put that in the back of your mind, that we could try to find some solution. They use our right-of-ways to put up some of their systems. Right. There's got to be a way we should stand in front of this, because it is an important component, especially with today's technology. I think I grew up, there were 5 or 6. KCET wasn't around then. There were 5 television stations, that's all. Now there's 5,000 if you want them. Why can't we have one for public access? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Labange.
Miss Gruhl, can I just say, Miss Hahn just said something to me that I thought was important. I said there's over 5,000 TV channels in the satellite world that we live in now. Why can't we just have one for public access?
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 54 was called special for Councilmember Perry.
And Ms. Perry, you've indicated the speaker card does not wish to speak on this item.
Yes, Mr. Watanabe has waived his right to speak, and I just ask for the support of my colleagues and a unanimous vote for a project. This has been pending for now 14 years. This will be an intramural gymnasium open to the public in downtown Los Angeles, and I just ask for an aye vote.
Thank you very much, Ms. Perry. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, on item number 52, if you could, are we ready to vote on that item on 52? Don't file it? Okay. Mr. Cardenas is making the recommendation, note and file. Madam Clerk, please open the roll on item 52, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon, you'd like to ask that number 88 go next?
Yes, please.
I'm a mind reader. There's been a request for number 88 to go next. Before we ask, we did have one public speaker card in the San Fernando Valley. I don't believe Mr. Zumadog is still there. He's gone? Okay.
Yes, he's gone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fogler. We do have the sponsor of this legislation, Mr. Mark Ridley Thomas. Senator, would you like to speak here today?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the Council. I bring to your attention SB 870, which is the California Home Loan Refinancing Act of 2008. Madam President and members of the Council, it comes as no surprise to anyone here that we are enveloped in a crisis of great consequence with respect to foreclosures across the length and breadth of the nation. Many of you, while I served on the Council, joined in with me as we passed an ordinance that was the most significant in the state of California at the time, aimed at predatory lending practices. Many of you remember or recall that. It is precisely that phenomenon in the subprime market that has caused the level of disarray, upheaval in the real estate industry, particularly related to those who have been caught in subprime loans and effectively caused to lose their property. And so when the real estate industry was hot, those who did best under those circumstances happened to be women, Madam President and members. When the market blew up, it was noted that a significant, that is to say, a disproportionate number of women, particularly African Americans and Latinos, were found to have been steered to subprime loans when in fact they had better opportunities. It is fair to say it was nothing short of greed that caused this subprime market to wreak havoc on all of our lives. And to the extent that that is the case, we did finally get relief from the federal government. H.R. 3221 was essentially a Recovery Act, a piece of legislation, some $11 billion to bring people out of the subprime market, place them into fixed-rate loans so that they could hold on to their properties more effectively. There's a disproportionately high number of those who have the subprime loans who end up in foreclosure. Many of you will recall that I wrote each of you a note indicating how many foreclosures have taken place in your own respective districts, 1 through 15. We are here today to ask you to help us, now having moved SB 870 through the legislative process onto the desk of the governor, to ask the governor to sign this measure so that $1.1 billion that goes to Californians to bring them out of these subprime loans into better loans so that they can hold on to their properties would be the proper way to proceed. This is a relief measure, Madam President and members, and I appeal to you today to support this measure for our collective constituents. Why? Because it seems to me this is a fundamental way to improve the quality of life in our neighborhoods and cause the level of upheaval to subside. And so I respectfully then request your support.
Thank you, Senator Mark Ridley Thomas. We do have two colleagues on the queue, Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Reyes. Mr. Alarcon?
Members, this is obviously in response to the condition of the housing market, but it also addresses issues related to the congressional action and puts the state of California in a position to expedite loans essentially for people who find themselves in the process of foreclosure. This is aligned with the resolutions and actions taken by this council, spearheaded by Councilmember Garcetti and myself. It also aligns us at the state level. The bottom line is that this will allow for affordable housing processes to be expedited, but most importantly, those who are in foreclosure. So I commend the bill and urge an aye vote.
Thank you, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I want to thank the Senator for the information I received where you indicated about 300 units are in jeopardy and foreclosure in my district in particular. And I would hope that perhaps we could cross-reference that information with our housing department so that we can be a little bit more proactive in trying to educate and inform our constituents of what options they may have, knowing that many of them are perhaps seniors, perhaps monolingual in one language or another, and not in English, and essentially have them prepared and informed for, I'm hoping, some relief that can come through the state and the federal government. So I applaud you for your work, but hopefully we can have that cross-reference with our housing department so we can be a little more proactive and take that action in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, indeed, I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Mr. Thomas, and I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this. Look, I watched it on TV this morning. All the big shots were before the Senate committee. I see Barney Frank also talking about it. The bottom line, what they're doing in Washington with the $700 billion is bailing out the big boys who screwed up. One thing they should do is look at everybody's home loan that they got, everybody's housing loan that they got, and see how we can keep those people in their houses, number one, and number two, come up with a package that supports the people who are in trouble. They didn't know what they were doing. They were hustled by these big institutions that are now in the bankruptcy spot. Obviously, we need to stabilize our economy as the great nation, and the world has to stabilize it. But we have to think of the people that are being impacted as well. This is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ridley Thomas. We had an opportunity when I chaired the Housing Committee in my first term there to work on this issue, and thanks for your leadership on the Senate. I appreciate it. Madam Clerk, with that, please open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Senator. Appreciate it. Next item.
Item 56, call special for cards.
Nick Von Gimnich. Is Nick Von Gimnich here? Mr. Gimnich? If not, that is the only card. Madam Clerk, if you could open the roll on this item, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 58 was called special for, I believe, Councilmember Huizar.
Yes, I think Mr. Huizar has asked us to hold it on a desk for the moment. If we could go to item 62.
And that was called special for cards.
Mr. Arnold Sachs. Mr. Sachs will be followed by Ms. Pearman, Mr. Zumadog, and Ms. Fogler. Mr. Sachs.
Yes, good morning. Just very quickly, I'm hoping that one of you will make a motion for a special event for Patriot Days, so that when Frank McCourt, who's taking over the marathon, wants to run his marathon on a holiday, he can run it on Patriots Day like they do in Massachusetts. And then California and Massachusetts will be the only two states, or maybe Boston and LA will be the only two cities that will celebrate Patriots Day and have marathons on it for both days, and more money can be passed to Frank McCourt.
Thank you. We'll go out to the San Fernando Valley. Ms. Pearman.
Is this on number 62? Is this on 62?
Yes, it is.
Okay. With DWP getting huge raises, I don't feel it's right doing these fee waivers. Anyway, I did quick overlook at the cost of the fee waivers. This ran over $43,000. I'll mention a few. C, the first annual Lighthouse events were at $4,731. D, 27th annual Drum Festival, $6,420. E, Our Lady of Valley Catholic Church, separation of church and state. Remember that, $4,611. LA Mediterranean Festival for $6,000, that's H. N, Celestial Church of Christ Annual, $2,883, again, separation of church and state. Today we have two sets of fee waivers. One set wasn't enough for them. You talk about tobacco being real bad, and I feel the city council is bad for our health. City council affects a lot more people. Certainly we can't afford to have these fee waivers. The city council didn't ask the DWP rates for the disabled, which I didn't feel was right. So certainly that they can come up with a discount for a lot more discounts for the disabled people if you can go over there and waive all these fees. So I really feel that I really wish that you would stop all these fee waivers. This is a terrible thing to have two sets of fee waivers. I really don't believe that it's good for our community. I think it just makes you look real good so that you can get reelected. So please vote no.
Thank you. Mr. Zumadog, I believe, has left for the day. Ms. Fogler.
Yes, I'm sorry to hear about that. I was hoping he'd be here. These fee waivers, folks, is just like a drop in the bucket compared to what happened here in the federal government bailing out our rich billionaires, the Wall Street. This is, to me, is a disaster for our country, and especially my dad. You were saying that you're so few World War II veterans. Yeah, my dad is a veteran of World War II, and he's alive and well. He's doing great. And his brother died a couple of years, who hit the beaches of Normandy for France. But these fee waivers are like, your pork barrels in Washington, D.C. You would just want to follow the legacy of the other people, other leaders in other communities and state and Washington, D.C. And God is going to judge you for what you're doing. And the New Year is here for the Jewish people, and there is a evaluation. It's like getting a report card, and you're going to be graded how you're doing. And I can tell you right now, you people are getting an F. And when Arnold Sachs said you're a criminal, quote unquote, in my opinion, you are. That's my opinion. I have a right to my opinion. And that is why you're getting an F, because to me, you need to be evaluated and be thrown out of office because you're not doing what you're supposed to do here. Spending our money as loquaciously as you want, and it just doesn't matter how you get the money as long as you get the money in. You do everything you can to get the people. That's what you're doing, and God is going to certainly punish you for this. And don't think that Jesus is going to save you, because he won't. There was never one that you're talking.
Thank you very much. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Item 78, called special for cards.
Mr. Sachs. Mr. Arnold Sachs. He's coming right now. Mr. Sachs.
I didn't have a card on 58, I don't believe. I think it's 78.
78. We're on 78.
Could you post
I'm
it
sorry,
on
it's
the...
78.
Could you
Please go
post
ahead.
it up there? Thank you.
Item 78.
Oh, National Respect Day. Would that be, thank you, would that be sort of like the national respect? Would that be kind of like the respect that the public speakers get when they come before the council, where you're in private conversations, your backs are turned? I mean, you may not want to listen to us. We certainly may not want to listen to you. But nevertheless, we are bound by certain rules and regulations listed right here on the podium that we need to follow. Is there certain rules and regulations that National Respect Day would get for the public so that when they stand before the council like now, and your private conversations are going on like now, Madam President, would we be entitled to any kind of quid pro quo, as they say, for National Respect Day? Or is this just like National Trumpet Day, and you're blowing it out your you-know-what? But that's the respect I have. So give us a little bit of your idea of what National Respect Day entails when it comes to public speaking in front of City Council. And then maybe we'll applaud your intentions. Again, as always, thank you for your time, your answers, and your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. That item is now before us. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Mr.
On
Labange,
behalf of Mr. Garcetti, National Respect Day, I call that forthwith.
all items are going forthwith. Thank you. Next item?
Item 87, called special for card.
Yes. Mr. Arnold Sachs on 87. You have 1 minute, Mr. Sachs, on this item.
Yes, thank you very much, Arnold Sachs. Regarding water issues impacting the city, there was a time when the Transportation Committee, and either that or the MTA, brought some people from Atlanta to discuss their transit program there. Being as Atlanta and the county of Fulton County went through a devastating water shortage the past couple of years, maybe you could contact Atlanta to find out some of the programs that they have enacted or did enact, because it would seem to me that their water crisis that they just went through might give the city of LA some areas to look into that they haven't looked in. I know that one of the programs that they enacted at the colleges is they eliminated the trays that they give out for students to carry their food with, and it saves about 20% of the water usage. Some programs from Atlanta, because they suffered a water crisis, might entail LA's actions.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, that item is now before us. If you could open the roll on that item. Before we do that, I'm sorry, Mr. Zumadaga, I assume is still not out in the San Fernando Valley. So we'll again open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Next item.
Madam President, item 58 is still being held on the desk, and that would leave the closed session items. And there is a special one if you wish to take that up.
Yes, we will take special one at this time.
There's a special one introduced by Councilmember Cardenas, seconded by Councilmember Perry, and I do believe the maker of the motion will speak to the findings.
Thank you. On the findings, Mr. Cardenas?
Yes. The U.S. Senate is taking up the proposal by the President and Secretary Paulson when it comes to the potential of a $700 billion bailout. Now, to the findings of the urgency of this matter, very little documentation was available to anybody, much less Congress, and the first documentation was submitted to Congress over the weekend since posting of this meeting. And secondly, Congress just might take action before we have our next council meeting of next week. So that's the findings and the urgency of the matter.
Thank you. First, we're going to vote on the findings for the Rule 23. Madam Clerk, please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. That item is now before us. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. The item before us, colleagues, is, once again, the fact of the matter is that Congress is taking up the issue of potentially approving a $700 billion bailout. The problem that I have with that at this time, in looking at our responsibilities here in the city of Los Angeles, we will be affected regardless of what they do. Yet at the same time, up until this moment, there is no assurances or evidence that Congress will in fact require that there be safeguards on this potentially $700 billion that could be spent on the decision of the Secretary. So I think it's very important for us to understand that as this motion reads, that if they are going to unless they consider this $700 billion bailout of this nation's financial system, unless they consider having legislation that includes the institution of appropriate rules and oversight needed to avoid a repeat of the actions which have resulted in the current fragility of our financial markets, including but not limited to reinstitution of restrictions of leveraging ratios, etc. So there's a lot that went into the position that we're in today. It did not happen overnight. The last thing we need to do is have the public taxpayer to be participating in doing something that does not solve the problem and perhaps could put the public's tax dollars in the same position that the investment dollars were put in up to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas, for your leadership on this. You're right on the mark. Not only do we need an oversight, but frankly, I think those folks who are now in default need to be appreciated and strategies need to be worked out so that they're not thrown out of their houses. I also think the corporate execs of all of these big corporations, their salaries should be cut. In fact, their bonuses, their options, and all the other goodies they've been getting over the years should be looked at, and they should not be rewarded by our tax dollars in any way, shape, or form for this. Obviously, we're all in this together. We need to tighten up, straighten up, and get our economy and our nation back on its feet. But the Oversight Committee is important. The accountability is important. No way do I want to give this Secretary of the Treasury unbridled power. This is America. This is a democracy. This is not a communist country where you give all the authority away and act like they know what they're doing when we've seen what they've done isn't very good to begin with. So we need the checks and balances. We need the oversight. We need the accountability. Thank you, Mr. Cardenas, again for this motion. Appreciate it.
Mr. Cardenas, do you wish to speak again?
Yes. Also, there was a committee hearing this morning of the Ad Hoc Committee on Bonds and Investment of the City of Los Angeles. And this morning, some of the advisors to the City of Los Angeles did, in fact, clarify for us that the era that we've been in up until this moment has been an era of relaxing of the rules and to allowing the market to have much more flexibility than they did in previous times since the Great Depression. So my point is this, that I think it's important for us to realize what got us into this mess was a contributor to what got us into this mess was a relaxing of the rules and a relaxing of oversight, and for us to watch Congress contemplate having a $700 billion open checkbook with little to no oversight whatsoever would just likely exacerbate the situation in the long run. It might bring some comfort in the short term, but it might actually contribute to a long-term problem that they're potentially trying to fix.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Miller, with all this happening in the last 10 days, MICLA, which is a municipal source of activity, is any impact being made because of the crisis in our national economy? Does any flag has to go up to us as it relates to that type of funding?
Well, I know that Mr. Cardenas was dealing with that this morning in his committee, and perhaps the CEO would want to address it directly. I mean, anytime the financial markets are in turmoil is generally not a good time to be issuing debt.
So do we have anything online in the next 30 days that is MICLA related, or next 60 days, so we can see how this shapes up? Or do we need to discuss this after we come back to Ray?
A point of clarification, that question is directly one of the questions that was asked this morning in committee, and the fact of the matter is to point out the volatility of the bond market, which you're touching on, Mr. Labange. It was reported to us in committee today that last week $6 billion of otherwise very sellable municipal bonds did not get sold last week, that they got pulled off the market. So that's one example of the volatility of what's going on right now in the market.
Thank you.
I think as Ms. Cardenas had just mentioned, we ourselves were trying to go to the market with, do a convention center ring funding. Obviously with the uncertainty in the market, that did not happen as anticipated. We were looking at it. As we speak now, we're working with our financial advisors, and at the point that we can get back in the market with a good rate, we'll do so. And
we may have to hold some projects, right? You have a big board over in the CEO's office that says all these things that you're going to do. We're watching it real closely.
Several weeks ago, we actually did MICLA. We converted some MICLA CP, our short-term to long-term, and so we do have cash for a number of the projects that are in the works. But certainly, we are going to be taking a fresh look at all of those projects that are in the queue, both that are MICLA financed and some other financings as well, solid waste, wastewater, as we go forward. And we'll
do you have a guesstimate how much debt the city of Los Angeles operates on?
Well, right now we have over $5 billion out there.
$5 billion, and our regular annual budget is $5 billion, but we operate.
Well, that's the debt that we have out there in the market.
And that doesn't include water and power or airports or harbor. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Madam President. The financial situation that we see, read about, hear about has concerned a lot of people. And they look to government officials as to have regulations. So while Washington wants to bail out these institutions, who created this dilemma in the first place? Who set up the standard and the rules and the oversight? Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, the institutions, FDIC. When people want to purchase something, how they have to establish some kind of stable income credit, the ability to repay. Can you go into that? Because there are a lot of city residents that are concerned about their retirement, concerned about paying the rent, people getting evicted from apartments and houses where they're renters, where the owners haven't made the payments. I mean, it's a rippling effect. And the people who have investments and maybe a deferred comp account or a CD or a money market, IndyMac seem to be the first, and then now we hear about many, many more that are on the brink. So what do we do to reassure the people, since the government is responsible to establish guidelines, checks and balance, and now the Congress is scrambling around trying to fix something? Who created this mess in the first place?
Well, I mean, that's a very broad question. I mean, in terms of who created it, yeah, over time, regulation, the amount of regulations on financial institutions comes and goes. It increases and decreases. It's somewhat cyclical. In terms of reassuring the public, again, any FDIC insured deposits, are fine up to $100,000. It's important for people to know and understand their rights. I know in terms of the evictions you were talking about for renters, the housing department would be a resource. I know that there are federal requirements as well as state requirements in terms of foreclosures on tenants and their rights to have notice and find other places to live. So.
Well, the problem is some of the renters who are renting houses are not aware that the owner of the residence is in default, and then these people are getting evicted, and they had no idea. They kept paying the rent, and the person who owns the property wasn't paying for whatever reason. So now the tenants are getting evicted, and where do they turn? They scramble around trying to find a place, and then the apartments, where we don't have that many at affordability, it seems to just mushroom and snowball and get worse.
Clearly, it's a horrible situation for a great many people, and the issue of the involvement in the federal government in bailouts and the oversight and the conditions on which that money is being used, the Obviously, that's something that's going to need to be debated and will be debated over the next several weeks. We will come back to you with any recommendations on specific provisions on again, protection for homeowner evictions and renters and exactly what the federal involvement would look like from a regulatory standpoint.
And our city employees that have LACER, the fire and police, the pension funds, how secure are those funds?
I think they're actually very secure. We have some good.
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
I think our folks that are in LACERs and fire police pensions can be reassured that we have some good folks that are looking at the portfolios. They're diversified. That they don't have everything in one particular asset category. They're diversified enough that they'll be able to weather what I'll call the financial storm that we're in right now over the long term. And I think those folks can be rest assured that their pensions will be there.
And what about the deferred comp plans?
Deferred comp, again, as well, depending on your investment vehicle. I know on a personal level where some of my vehicles, certainly they're all into the market. And with the volatility, I got to say I've lost some. But here again, I know I'm in for the longer term.
But we have a checks and balance on that through
correct.
the city family.
Yes.
So we don't get surprised and our employees don't get surprised.
I think what's really important right now is that we get some information out to everybody, not to our current employees, but our retirees, and let them know that we are looking at the situation and taking appropriate action to make sure and to safeguard their funds.
So you're assuring that we're doing everything to have oversight for our perspective and our city employees' perspective. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Labange, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Colleagues, this discussion is so important regarding how the city prepares for some type of action. And as I read it, this is about opposing the $700 billion bailout. So it begs the question, we as the city looking at the housing department, looking at the planning department, and this notion of how we leverage our resources, do we have the capacity to absorb whatever program may come down in the future? Colleagues, I would ask that perhaps as a friendly amendment, we have the housing department and perhaps the mayor's office, the housing folks who have been working on these issues to inform us of their posture and what they see coming down the pipeline so that we can at least have a chance to understand what is our role in this in terms of real policy development. I don't know who's speaking to the city family. I don't know who is the main communicator, if you will, in terms of what the state's going to do. Is that going to go through you, Jerry, through the CLA? Is this the housing department, the department head, or I just want to get a feeling for how do we see ourselves posturing so that we could take action. Because opposing this, I understand why, but what's the proactive stance we should take as a city? I just want to ask you that question because we are at a critical place. If Congress or a bill passes at the federal level, I think we should start getting our house in order to absorb whatever could come forward. Should there be a task force? In your experience, can you recommend or suggest how it can best be effective at this moment in time?
Well, certainly, and I think it needs to be a collective effort. We will be working with the housing department and the mayor's office and any other departments, whether it's Department of Finance or whoever it might be, as this bailout package evolves, what the impacts might be, and then clearly we'll bring recommendations to the council for positions, and then of course the mayor's office, with their charter authority, would be on point in the actual lobbying effort and communicating that. And we can work with you in terms of council members as well, making direct contacts and developing a strategy to try to get these things implemented.
In terms of foreclosures, and I'll push that button again, let's ask one more question. Do we have a number that identifies how many foreclosures are occurring or about to occur in the city? Do we have a handle on that? Do you know?
We'd have to get back to you on those numbers. Again, they're changing frequently. It looks like very shortly the majority, at least according to the media, the majority of property transactions are going to be as a result of foreclosures. So the number keeps rising, but we'll get back to you with the latest numbers we have on the numbers within the city.
Because if it's in the hundreds, we have to be ready to sustain that wave of activity. If people are going to be fearing that they're going to be sleeping out in the streets or be thrown out of their homes, I don't sound like, panic, sky is falling, but we should be ready for that if those resources do come through. But let's understand the scale. I don't think we even have a clear understanding of what the scale of that impact is going to be at the housing level. So maybe we ask for a report back as a friendly amendment to this resolution, report back on the number of foreclosures per district. As it keeps ticking upwards, at least get a snapshot one point in time, and just get us prepared for what's going to be coming. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weisar?
Can I get a second on that friendly amendment?
Yes, I'll second that.
Thank you.
Mr. Weisar, followed by Mr. Labange.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam President. I won't repeat a lot of what has been said already, but certainly this is very alarming that in our day and age, when we have one of our most dramatic times in the history of the United States, that our answer is to give one person so much power to determine what assets the government will buy, to allow for no appeal to the courts or Congress on those decisions. This is something that is so ludicrous that hopefully we not only put forward our concerns about how it affects the city and our future financial prosperity, but also that we raise the concerns that residents, I'm sure, are concerned about as well, which is where is the accountability and transparency about a solution that was only brought forward in a 2 or 3 page document. This is something that in the time when we need real leadership to stand up, that it is embarrassing that this is the type of solution that has been proposed. Mr. Cardenas, I thank you for moving this forward, for bringing this to our attention. Hopefully, we all will educate ourselves more about how we not only look towards all of us participating in a way that makes sense to get us out of this financial crisis, the worst it's been since the Great Depression, but also to hold our leaders accountable that this is not an oligarchy, this is a democracy, and we should stand up and say no to this unless, as the resolution calls for, there is more transparency, accountability, and explanation not only to all the municipalities in the United States, but to your average person who are losing their equity in their homes, their life savings, their retirement funds. So, Mr. Cardenas, thank you so much for moving forward with this. I think this is something that we should keep an eye on for the next weeks. I know that in Budget and Finance, Mr. Parks has asked for an ongoing report to our committee about what the situation is and how the city can get involved to help the residents of the city of Los Angeles pull through this. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you. I just wanted to, listen to this again. In our lifetime, the economic has changed. In schools that we went to, we had a big piece of the pie. But the pie has gone around the world now, which is part of the process. It hopefully has raised the wealth of many other people. But the United States is finding itself in a very precarious position now. That's why we have to be very focused. I was with a dear friend yesterday who talked to me about his 401k. He said it's just a 101k now. And everybody's afraid. And the impact that's going to happen on to people as it relates to their thoughts of retirement. And Dennis, we're very fortunate to be with the City of Los Angeles. Our public employees are very fortunate that for whatever vision took place many years ago, they created a separate system. We're very fortunate to be in that position. But the people of this country and the people of this state and this city and this county have an impact that is, we don't really know how it's going to be. That's why we have to have our eyes wide open as we go forward. And I think what happened, and Mr. Weisar, as you mentioned, Mr. Cardenas, you mentioned, others have mentioned, it's kind of been running by an automatic pilot, and I don't want to say that because I'm not an economist, I'm not a federal guy, I'm a local guy, but it appears that no oversight to what the days were before. One small example that I have, I remember talking to late great John Ferraro about the possibility of the Santa Fe and the Southern Pacific coming together. This is years ago. And it was in the Reagan administration, and twice in that administration, they turned down the ability to allow those to merge, and in that merger, they would have allowed the access railroad right-of-ways surplus be given to the local region. Why that regulation wasn't approved at the time, it just cost us more money. Regulation is so important, and to make sure there's a check, and so this is a very critical time for our children and our children's children, because this is not what is built. There's always a king, and one day the king falls, and I don't want to see that happen to our country, and it's so important. And I don't want to be a king, I'm Irish, but I think it's real important that we constantly look at this. And you're at the League of Cities this week and the next few days, see if there's other ideas that we could move forward on in this very critical issue facing our country.
Mr. Alarcon, Ms. Hahn, and then Mr. Cardenas.
Members, yesterday I was watching TV and some bank executive was saying that now banks can only give loans to people who are qualified. Hello, as if they knew they were giving loans to people who weren't qualified. And the fact is, they did know. They knew exactly what would happen in terms of getting more loans in their portfolio, which they sold to other banks. I'm also reminded that one of the first things I did when I came to council was to introduce a motion to have us use our lending capability to create a fund to help people in foreclosures. And I remember the Daily News said that I was proposing this huge bailout. Well, $700 billion is beyond imagination when it comes to bailouts. I don't even think I know anybody who can even contemplate how much money that is. But it's interesting as to who we're bailing out. We're bailing out executives and banks that created the problem in the first place. Why do we have regulation? Why, when you hear business say we need to keep government away from business, when in fact is government that creates business, it is government that allows a corporation to be a corporation. It's the local government that allows businesses to have business permits and provide services in our community. There is a reason for it. And the reason is to protect against the fundamental human greed factor that exists and permeates the business culture and creates situations like we have right now. Let's not be fooled. The fundamental problem is that corporate America is greedy, and they rip the people off, and now they're taking the people's money again in the form of tax dollars right from the government. Where are we to ask them to ask, like we asked the welfare mothers to get to work? When are we going to ask the banks that are going under to get to work for all this money we're going to be handing to them? So I believe that we are going to be in a severe problem that will be ongoing. And I also would say, though, that we have to take stock of our own opportunities to act and be aggressive to take care of the problems that we have in our midst. Otherwise, the federal government will come back and say, well, you didn't respond either. And I would ask you, how many actions have we taken on the foreclosure issue? Hardly any. So as we are pointing the finger of blame to the federal government for their failure to act, and to Congress for their failure to act, and now finding ourselves in this bailout situation, I think we need to take account of our own actions and whether or not we have done anything to minimize the damage that has occurred in our communities, neighborhood by neighborhood. And so I support this motion. We need to hold them accountable. We need to put in place regulations to do so. We need to, I think, before handing it over as a loan, we need to have collateral and the equity to back up that loan. If that's in the form of owning stock, and the people should own the banks that go under, perhaps, I don't know. But right now, the discussion is not in a form that I think is protecting the people of the United States of America. And so I'm happy to support and thank Tony for bringing this measure up. But again, I think we could do a whole lot better as a city.
Ms. Hahn, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you, Madam President. I really appreciate us bringing this up, and Councilmember Cardenas, thank you for bringing this forward. And, I don't think any of us know all the details about this bailout. I think that's part of the problem. The devil is in the details. And while I don't know everything there is to know about it, it is shocking to me that we are in this place in this country. I was actually in the investment banking world in the 90s. I was an investment banker in public finance. I never dreamed in my wildest dreams that you would see the big boys, Lehman, Merrill Lynch, Bear Stearns, gone. Investment banking virtually gone from how we do things. I mean, just listening to Mark Ridley Thomas about issuing bonds for people's mortgages. I mean, who's going to be underwriting those bonds? Who's going to be buying and selling those securities? I mean, it's unbelievable that layer is gone. But it's interesting. Our priorities in this country have always been about bailing out corporate America or bailing out, now we're bailing out Wall Street. And it's, I heard this, we're spending more time figuring out how to bail out those on Wall Street than we are bailing out those on Main Street. And it's the public that I think is really gotten left out of this discussion. And I've got real concerns that the future generations of taxpayers are going to be burdened with the mistakes that they had nothing to do with the mistakes and the greed that's happened on Wall Street. And I do find it insulting that Secretary Paulson is sort of lecturing congressional members and sort of scolding them that, God forbid, they would add on things to this bailout, like oversight, like regulations, like putting things in the place that talk about how we got in this in the first place. To be asked to pass this so quickly without really knowing the details is unbelievable to me. And I know we're in probably the worst financial crisis we've ever been, but I don't think waiting a week or 2 weeks to really get this right will change anything. And if anything, what we're doing here today, I think, is sending the message back to Washington, D.C., that we would like to put the brakes on this. We would like to say we're going to oppose this unless we see real accountability, real oversight, and real protections for the public. So once again, I think our priorities are wrong on this one, just wanting to bail out the banks on Wall Street and not really looking at the millions of people who are in real financial pain right now as a result of the greed on Wall Street. So I thank you, Tony, for doing this. I think this is a good way for us to say, hey, hold on. We're already in this crisis. Let's get out of it in the right way instead of adding more mistakes to an already horrible financial disaster.
Thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, followed by Mr. Cardenas.
Just a quick comment on, again, the final point that we've all said within this motion, that unless the legislation includes the institutions of appropriate rules and oversight needed to avoid a repeat of these actions, which have resulted in the current fragility of our financial markets, but not limited to reinstitution of restrictions of leverage ratios. Bottom line is, we can't give our power away to one guy who's an appointee of the president. And number two, as Ms. Hahn just said again, those folks who took out these loans on these homes, they also have to be part of the process going forward. We don't give them away anything. We want the accountability to continue. And frankly, I thought Brad Sherman was terrific yesterday in his comments, and I thought Barney Frank was terrific again today with his work. So there are people looking at it from the perspective that we here in the city are looking at it. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you. I was reminded in this committee hearing this morning when we covered this matter, some of the advisors to the City of Los Angeles reminded me that Secretary Paulson, his job prior to being the secretary appointed by this President, George W. Bush, Secretary Paulson's job prior to that was he was the head of Goldman Sachs. So I think it's kind of precarious for this nation to actually give somebody unfettered responsibility over $700 billion of taxpayer money when just recently, I think a couple years ago, less than 2 years ago, his previous job was to be the head of Goldman Sachs. And with all due respect, Goldman Sachs right now, as was clarified in the committee this morning, they themselves aren't exactly on the best footing that they were 3 months ago, 3 years ago, or for the last 100 years or however they've been in existence, because they're actually looking to ask for the permission or the authority to actually be a bank as well as their current responsibilities as an institution. So another reminder, colleagues, and I appreciate all the dialogue on this matter and the attention to it. This resolution is basically asking Congress not to rush through this process and asking Congress to please make sure that there is oversight in this process and whatever the proposed solution comes out of Congress. And then also, so far there has been no proof that this solution that Secretary Paulson has taken to Congress actually is going to be the right fix. Obviously, it is a tact, it is a way in which somebody is wanting to approach it, but there is no evidence so far that this is going to be the solution to actually set the financial crisis in a better place. And also, as was mentioned by some of my colleagues today, how did we get into this mess? And the fact of the matter is, the last thing I think that the public's dollar should be used for is to reward bad behavior. This did not happen overnight. For example, Lehman Brothers was an institution, a household name, that was in existence for 150 years, considered a rock, considered embedded in good financial policy, and was going to be around easily another 150 years. They are now gone. This did not happen overnight, and Congress should not make this decision overnight. Congress should have the discipline and responsibility to make sure that they keep the safeguards in place so that this does not repeat itself. History does repeat itself. The last thing we need to see is for us to use $700 billion of taxpayer money to not solve the problem. So I appreciate your support, council members.
Thank you very much. Our last speaker on this item. Madam Clerk, if you could please open the roll on special one, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes.
Thank you. If we could go back to item number 58. Mr. Wiesar, we do have 2 cards on this item.
Thank you, Madam President. If we could please ask Joe Avila from the Department of Water and Power and Rafael Prieto from CLA to come up to the desk, please.
Do you want to hear the public comment first or after?
We'll do it after. Before we speak as a council, but I wanted to hear first from these individuals to let us know briefly what Proposition 7 is, and so we could have a baseline from which we could have our discussion. And colleagues, what's before us is a motion by the City Council to oppose Proposition 7, known as the Solar and Clean Energy Act of 2008. I just will simply say right now that it's disguised as an environmentally friendly proposal, but really its inflexibility and its approach will actually not be helpful to municipalities and consumers alike as we move forward to address the issues of climate change. And so I thought we'd first hear from the CLA and the Department of Water and Power, and then hear from public comment and open it up for discussion amongst my colleagues. So if you could please hold my time, the clerk, and allow Mr. Avila and Mr. Prieto to just give us a brief overview of what Proposition 7 is. And secondly, I understand the DWP as well is opposed to this, so maybe we could hear from Mr. Avila as to the reasons why they are asking the council to adopt a position of opposition to Proposition 7.
Good afternoon, council members. Rafael Breda with the CLA's office. The key component that's problematic with this measure is that it places local authority for RPS programs and so forth under the authority of the state, the California Energy Commission. It takes it away from this body, in fact. It also fast-tracks siting of RPS facilities, so it, to some degree, fast-tracks the EIR process, which is uncustomary. In addition to that, it lowers penalties to some degree, even though it makes it much more expansive in some areas, and those penalties can't be passed on to the ratepayers. In addition to that, one of the laudable components of the measure is the fact that it would put in place a 40% renewable portfolio standard by 2020 and then 50% by 2025. So that basically provides a general overview. But our primary concern with this measure is that it takes away local control, local authority from the department's RPS program, control of the RPS program. Very good.
Mr. Avila, any additional comments from the DWP perspective?
Yes, if you don't mind. My name is Joseph Avila with the Department of Water and Power. I wanted to thank this body and thank Mr. Huizar in particular for having brought this very important item forward. The Department of Water and Power has operated successfully for over 100 years under the jurisdiction and authority of this body. Prop 7 seeks to undermine council authority and place LEDWP under the jurisdiction of the CEC for a variety of issues, in particular renewables policy, RPS policy, management of transmission assets, and permitting. LEDWP, under the direction of this council, has taken historically a leadership position as it relates to renewables and renewable policy in California, in particular as it relates to solar power. In fact, this past July, LEDWP was named the top solar company among public utilities and the number 6 overall, including investor-owned utilities, by the Solar Power Electric Association, and that's on a nationwide basis. LEDWP right now is on its way to meeting its 20% by 2010 target, and our 35% by 2020 target is the highest standard in the nation. Both those standards were adopted voluntarily with the full support and measured input of this council, and we believe that a one-size-fits-all policy is not good policy for our ratepayers, and we'd ask that this council vigorously oppose Prop 7 and preserve local control. Thank you, Council Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avila. And like I said, Council members, this is a good idea that, due to some of its details, will cause more harm than good. And I ask that this council join every major environmental group that in the state that is opposed to Proposition 7, such as the California League of Conservation Voters, the Center for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Technologies, the Environmental Defense Fund, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and many others. I ask that we stand with these environmental groups and stand with DWP and also many of the consumer and labor groups in saying that while the goals may be good, we cannot support this proposal given the negative impact it will have on our efforts to increase green technology and our own green goals here, and to take away some of our own decision-making away from us and give it to the state. So, council members, I urge your support. And Madam President, if we could open it up for public comment, and then if there are any other comments by the council, if we could take that approach, please. Thank you.
We have a couple cards here on public comment. Wesley Tanaka.
Good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm Wes Tanaka with Southern California Edison. I'm here today to support the Department of Water and Power's position to oppose Proposition 7. As the council member Huizar said, it's maybe good intentions, but the wrong vehicle to promote alternate renewable energy. Southern California Edison has been a leader in the development of alternate renewable energy for decades. But we believe, along with a statewide coalition that includes environmental organizations, the NRDC, the California League of Conservation Voters, and California State Chamber of Commerce, and a host of other key organizations, including the actual solar industry itself, to oppose this proposition. It will lead to higher rates, and we think it's at a time when it is not good for the residents or the businesses in California. So we urge you to take a position in opposition to this proposition.
Thank you. Ms. Healy.
Thank you for listening to us today, and I would like to thank the members of the council for having this opportunity to speak in favor of Proposition 7. Proposition 7 is, by definition, a very complex proposition. It is not an easy one to understand, and I think that is part of the reason why there has been so much misunderstanding about this proposition. I stand before you today not only as a proponent of Proposition 7, but as former Deputy State Controller and also as a member of the California League of Conservation Voters. And the reason why I am here is because I have read Proposition 7 from cover to cover. I have looked very carefully at it, and I know that it has not been properly vetted in an atmosphere that can be given a fair hearing. I know how much transparency in government means to this body, and I would ask that this proposition, which needs more public input and the opportunity for the proponents to really explain the characteristics of Proposition 7, to have that opportunity. We have thus far not had that opportunity. I believe it is of great importance to this body to listen to what this is about. I therefore ask and request of this body to please defer this back to committee where a public hearing which has full transparency can be heard. Let's remember that there is a prospective conflict of interest here, in that the City Council and the Department of Water and Power are interrelated. This will affect the Department of Water and Power. But I will leave you with this thought. This is not only an environmental initiative that is good for the state of California, it also creates 370,000 jobs in the year 2010 and thereon. I think that at a time like this, we cannot afford as a city to ignore something of such importance. I therefore do ask you to please defer this to committee, again, where we can have reasonable public hearings. Thank you.
Thank you. Hilda Delgado.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm here on behalf of the campaign on No on Prop 7. And I just want to give you some practicals of why we're urging the council to vote in favor of Councilmember Weiser's motion and the department's recommendation. And very practical, just for also the people that are listening to us, it will practically increase electricity rates by a 10%. That's a $300 increase from your annual or from a consumer's annual spending on electricity. California is a national and an international leader on renewable energy, given that we passed AB 32, and this proposition will practically halt all the efforts that have been made and have all the advances that the state has made in renewable energy. So for all these reasons, I just want to urge you to pass this motion and give you also perspective that will eliminate hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs, of green jobs from small businesses. So other organizations supporting the No on Prop 7 is the Los Angeles Chamber of Commerce, Los Angeles Federation of Labor, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, among other key environmental groups. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Weiser.
Again, council members, there was an expression that we discussed this a bit further, but in fact this motion was introduced back in July. Here we are in October. I hope that when we pass this, that would give sufficient time for the DWP and the city to work and inform our residents about our opposition to Proposition 7. The election is just a few days away, about 40-something days, so hopefully that would give us some time to inform our voters of the council's position. Again, I urge for your aye vote on this motion to vote no on Proposition 7. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last speaker on the queue. This matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
Matter passes. Next item, please.
Mr. President, there is a special 2, and the city attorney will speak to the findings.
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will recite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the Council's consideration of the adequacy of the findings. A petition has been filed by the Wireless Association with the Federal Communications Commissions asking the FCC to adopt rules controlling the exercise of local zoning authority over wireless tower on private property. The deadline to submit initial public comment to the FCC regarding the petition is September 29th, 2008. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. President, the first vote would be on the findings.
Pardon me?
You need to vote on the findings.
Right. So open the roll on that, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 eyes.
All right. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much, council members. This is about having our voice heard and officially submitting our language to the record because, as you just heard in the findings, we have until September 29th to do so, and that's why it's a special today. And I think it's important for us to understand that we need to voice our opinion, especially when local control is at risk. Thank you.
Mr. LaBonge.
Just a question as it relates to this here. Give us a background, please.
Sure. Mark Wolf with ITA.
Marie McTeague with the City Attorney's Office.
Council members, this particular item, as Councilmember Cardenas has indicated, the CTIA is the trade association associated with the cellular telephone industry. They've asked the FCC to declare new limitations on local zoning authority as it affects cell tower siting. CTIA is seeking to emulate the telephone industry's recent success in cable franchising areas in convincing the FCC to exceed its authority by creating new industry-favorable regulations limiting local government authority under the guise of promoting competition. If the FCC grants CTIA's petition, the careful balance in the federal law respecting local zoning authority will be destroyed. It's incompatible with the responsible zoning to impose a presumption of a right to construct regardless of the local community's values embodied in local zoning. Council's leadership and strong opposition to this erroneous and disruptive attack by CTIA is very positive for the welfare of the city's zoning authority. And by your City Council resolution, the city would be joining a coalition effort to fight this attack.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Cardenas. Thank you very much for spotting this and bringing us to attention. I hope we could send these out to every neighborhood council because often they don't understand how we have lost these battles because of other pressures. It is important to have local zoning and local control. They can do it right. They can do it right if they want to. And they must do it right. And we've been very cooperative in the past. There's a thing called joint polls. Often a DWP, Pacific Bell, Edison all have a joint poll, and they try to work together. But they should not work together at the detriment of local zoning. So I thank you again, Mr. Cardenas, and I thank you, the department, for articulating it. And I just asked a friendly amendment that this could go out to our Department of Neighborhoods so they could circulate it to all the Department of Neighborhood councils. Because I know I stood with Janice Hahn one hot day on Bronson Avenue where someone had a big contraption right in front of their home and they had no opportunity to voice concern. It can be corrected. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, I just want to admire Tony. I put in a motion last week, and I probably went in a dark black hole around this city, and it had to do with the legislation that the courts ruled on. Would you talk about what the courts ruled on 2 weeks ago that I put that motion in, which basically said that we have a right to get involved in this? Are you familiar with that?
Are you talking about Section 332 of the Act? Because it's pretty clear, it's very clear under 332 of the Act that cities do have the right to regulate the placement of equipment by wireless
2 weeks ago, the court said that. And that legislation was just happened when the courts ruled saying that local jurisdictions do have rights.
That's correct. A lot of courts have said that with respect to Section 332.
And you're going to
of the Act.
analyze that to see what powers that give us, was my hope with my motion.
Correct.
Okay. Next point is this. Historically, in my first month or two in this council, I voted no for these cell towers because the federal government preempted this health issue from us, which I thought was scurrilous and special interest strangulation in Washington. I sat with a group of my constituents in Mar Vista a couple of weeks ago about one that they created in the neighborhood. I've talked to the people of that firm. They didn't care what I thought at all. They said we can do it by right, even though we have tremendous anger and concern about it. I don't want them assaulting my community. There's at least 6 or 8 of them popping up like mushrooms. And I frankly want to stop them all until we get more clarity of what our powers are. So with Tony moving this so quickly, I seconded this motion about 2 hours ago, and here you are sitting in front of us. So the magic of somebody who knows his way around here is far greater than mine. But I want to make sure we tie them both together as we go forward with this, and that you come back with a strategy that empowers my community. As Mr. Labange said, every neighborhood council needs to have access to this so that we have more rights than we thought we had when we were told, no, it's a federal, we've been preempted. So your work on this in the city attorney's office is going to be key to us in giving us the teeth and the muscle so community can weigh in and can have something to say, and if we don't want it in our community, we can stop it from happening in our community. I had a good friend, Ellen Stern Harris, who passed away, who really felt that the emitting of these vibrations were a health issue. There's never been a study done on it to see if it's a health issue or not. And I would like us to incorporate that notion, health and safety of our people, within our own powers in here. Can you work on that with us?
We will. We'd be glad to.
All right. Thank you very much.
Ms. Hahn?
Thank you, and I remember very well standing there that day at Tom Labange where we were opposing the placement of one of these antennas. And, you know, colleagues, this is unbelievable. I mean, when you put together SB 1818, which takes away some of our rights about whether or not to approve density bonuses, and you couple with all the other things that we're losing local control over, it's just unbelievable. And, you know, city government particularly is the closest government to the people. I mean, you get removed to Assembly, Senate, and Congress, and you keep moving people farther away from their locally elected representatives. And if we lose the power under our zoning ability to, you know, talk about where these antennas are sited, I'm telling you, there will be such a backlash. And people don't understand that. They think that their quality of life means that they can have an input or say in how things are regulated and located. And you're right, Bill. I know a lot of people that think there is a health risk related to these antennas. And, you know, we're not allowed to deny them based on that. So it's a real problem. I agree with Tom. I think one of the best things we can do right now is alert our neighborhood councils. Let them know that this is out there, that this is pending, and see if we can't just get one big, great backlash from the public on taking away this kind of local control on where these antennas are sited, because it's a real problem that I think will cause great havoc in the future. So thank you for bringing this to our attention. Let's notify neighborhood councils and get them to speak up on this issue.
Very well. That matter is now before us. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Mr. President, that does leave the closed session items, and you do have a card on item 82.
Item 82, which is a closed session item, we'll hear from Mr. Weiss on that. Noel Weiss.
In my 2 minutes, I think the answer to how we got into the mess we got into, I think it's basically hubris over humility, ego over imagination. And I think it's interesting conversation the council just had, because that's the situation that we're in right now. If you make a mistake, admit the mistake, What I'd like to do is have the council suspend the ordinance pending an environmental review. The council, when they pass this ordinance, this council knows how to do EIRs. They know how to mandate the need for an EIR. When you passed the SB 18 implementation ordinance, you didn't do an EIR. None of it. Now, at this point, we have a situation where the city council many times is led around by the city attorney who does not represent the public interest, who represents the special interest or the narrow political interest of the council people. That could be the situation here as well. And I don't think it's right or proper for the city to continue, again, doing the same thing that the federal Congress did with our budget. You just had a whole debate about how terrible and how it was. I think a little humility is appropriate in this situation, and basically all that we're asking for in this lawsuit is to suspend the enforcement of the ordinance. That's all you have to do. And then basically we can do the EIR and we can get done right what basically needs to get done right. That's essentially the issue. Right now, as things stand, the committees, the communities are being burdened by this implementation ordinance. Wendy Gruhl's community is particularly burdened by it. Wendy Gruhl happened to vote for the implementation ordinance. This is an opportunity for Wendy Gruhl to admit that she made a mistake. Let's suspend the ordinance. Mr. Rosendahl, to his credit, did vote against the implementation ordinance, and I think he deserves credit for that. So bottom line is, council, this is a situation where I would like the council to act responsibly, to basically say, all right, we made a mistake, let's suspend, let's do it the right way. We all know how to do it the right way. Instead of litigating, government by litigation, is that really what we want in this city? Hopefully not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. We're now going to go into closed session for the closed session items. So we will be reconvening after closed session items are heard. Okay, we're back in session. Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President, on item 79, there's a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $286,249.18 in the case entitled Rosetta Morgenstern versus City.
On that matter, open the roll, and close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Next item.
On item 80, there's a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $90,200 in the case entitled City of LA versus Union Pacific Railroad.
On that matter, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
And on item 84, there's a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $138,577.50, plus a life pension of $118,779.18 in the workers' comp case entitled Bill Ariano versus City.
On that matter, open the roll, we'll close the roll, we'll tabulate the vote.
11 ayes.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Council has motions for posting and referral.
Posting and referrals matters.
The desk is clear.
Any announcements? No. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes, announcement?
Plum Committee at 2:15.
Plum Committee at 2:15. Plum Committee 2:15. Any other announcements, Mrs. Gruhl? Mr. Rosendahl, no announcements? We'll do adjourning motions in a moment. No announcements. All right, please stand for adjourning motions. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. It's with great sadness we adjourn in the memory of Amalia Arroyo. She passed away September 14th, and the circumstances of her death are not attributed here. Amalia is the mother of Pacoima resident and chair of the California State Long Beach Chicano Studies Department, Luis Arroyo. His mom's name was Nellie, a.k.a. Amalia Arroyo, born on December 31st, 1919. She passed on Sunday, September 14, 2008. A lifelong resident of Pacoima since 1949, she lived on Pierce Street, and her funeral services were held this past weekend at San Fernando Mission Cemetery in Mission Hills at the Catholic Mortuary. And she's survived by Luis Lobardo Arroyo and her children Luis, Manuel, and Ruben Arroyo. May she rest in peace.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. John Lyon Burnside III. John Burnside, an early gay movement activist who was a longtime partner of the late gay rights pioneer Harry Hay, died on Sunday at his home in San Francisco. He was 91 years old. John Burnside was born in Seattle on November 2nd, 1916, and joined the Navy at 16. He graduated from UCLA in 1945, where he studied physics and mathematics. Burnside then launched his career in the aircraft industry. In 1958, he launched California Kaleidoscopes, which became a successful Los Angeles design and manufacturing plant. In the 70s, John created Sistertron, a large mechanical kaleidoscope device that projects colorful patterns. It was used in a number of movies, including the 1976 science fiction film Logan Run. By then, John was more than a decade in what would become a 39-year relationship with Harry Hay, when they started the pioneering Manishin Society, a gay rights organization in Los Angeles in the 50s. The two men became a highly visible activist couple. In fact, I knew them quite well and did a personal best on both of them as leaders and major role models for many of the gay communities. They were the forerunners of the modern gay movement. In 1965, Burnside and Hay helped form the Southern California Council on Religion and Homophile. In 1969, they participated in the founding meetings of the Southern California Gay Liberation Front, one of which was held at Burnside's Kaleidoscope factory. John was committed to peace and justice issues on a wide spectrum of social concerns, including Native American rights, women's and labor issues, fair employment, and housing. In fact, I had the pleasure on my 50th birthday to do it in honor of them, and I said, give $50 to them. They had been burned out of their house, and they walked away with $11,000 that day. And we were so pleased that the two of them, 39 years together, were a true expression of love and basic civil rights and human rights. May he rest in peace.
Mr. Wesson.
Mr. President and members, I rise to adjourn in the memory of a friend and a constituent named Bob Jones. Many of you may have known that Bob was the personal media manager for Michael Jackson for a number of years. He moved here from Texas, was a Roman, L.A. High, went to USC. He was the publicity manager for Motown for 17 years, beginning in 1970, where he handled the media for such acts as Stevie Wonder, Lionel Richie, Smokey Robinson, the Supremes, Rick James, Diana Ross, Jackson 5. We could go on and on and on. He's survived by his sister and other family members and a host of friends. He was a good guy, and he will be missed. And he also was one of the individuals who wrote his own Michael Jackson tell-all, the Michael Jackson, the man behind the mask. He will be missed.
Thank you, Mr. Wesson. No other adjourning motions. This concludes the meeting. Mr. Clerk, take the roll. Thank you. This